Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I call to order the committee of the whole board meeting at 6:30 P.M. in the boardroom of Oak Park and River Forest High School. Please call the roll.
Mr. Brisbane,
Here.
Dr. Odell,
Here.
Mr. Arkin, Mr. Gertz,
Here.
Dr. Livingston.
Here.
Mr. Brandon,
Here.
and Ms. Winsley.
Here. I move to enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district or legal counsel for the district and independent contractors and specific volunteers, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity. However, a meeting to consider an increase in compensation to a specific employee of a public body that is subject to the Local Government Wage Increase Transparency Act may not be closed and shall be open to the public and posted and held in accordance with this act. Collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, student disciplinary cases, and litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of a particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when a public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be reported and entered into the minutes of the closed meeting. May I have a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Dr. Odell,
Yes.
Mr. Gertz,
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane,
Yes.
Mr. Brandon,
Yes.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
and Ms. Winsley.
Yes.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. We are going to reconvene open session at 7:30. And before we get started, I just want to recognize and our, just say big kudos to our student delegates who are here on their summer vacation.
I'm Gayatri Gutby. I'm gonna be the senior.
I'm Tyson Kirby. I'm gonna be a sophomore in the fall.
We'll go ahead and have you both here.
Oh, I'm too.
I'm Jackson Carroll and I'm gonna be a sophomore in the fall.
Well, we are, yeah, it is amazing, your dedication, so we definitely appreciate, you all being here. And Ms. Evans, are there any public comments?
We have 7 in person. I sent you 2 earlier today, but one will be speaking in person. And before I start again, tomorrow, before I talk about. So whenever you're ready.
Okay. So for those of you public comment, please limit public comment to matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education to 3 minutes. And as a reminder, the section is not intended to be a dialogue with the board, and the response time to questions will be up to 2 weeks. So we are ready to get started. So Evans.
Our first speaker for tonight is Ms. Whitney Brooks.
Hi, sorry, I'm not sure where I should go.
Right there.
Just go up here, okay.
There's a black button on the mic, just hit it to make sure the light turns green.
My name is Whitney Brooks. Both of my children went through G97 this fall, they'll both be here at Okiara as a junior and freshman. I found the collaboration when my kids were roughly 5 and 7 years old. And at the suggestion of our school principal at the time, participated in their parent leadership training. It sounds cheesy, but it's not an exaggeration to say that the training was life changing for me. It helped give me direction at a time when I felt like I had none and opened up a host of opportunities for me, not just on a personal level, but a professional one as well. While it did eventually lead to me becoming a part-time staff member at the collab, more notably, put me on the path to becoming a teacher and discovering that my whole heart lies with early childhood education and supporting young children and their families is my passion. Aside from my own personal story, I have seen the direct impacts the collab has had for families, not only in my role as a staff member, but also working as a preschool teacher in the community. I've had students that were able to receive glasses and hearing support because of the hearing and vision screenings the collab provides at early learning programs. I've seen parents that were struggling with potty training finally have some success after attending a workshop. And families with children struggling with separation anxiety receive resources and materials from the collab that made school drop off just a little easier each day. This past school year, almost all of my students were moving on to kindergarten, and I saw nearly every single one of them at the West of the kindergarten event, excited to learn about their new schools and show off all their new swag. As a staff member whose role has historically been mostly rooted in outreach, I could go on for hours about the stories I've heard and conversations I've had over the years with parents and caregivers who were quick to tell me how grateful they were to receive support from the collab, whether through home visiting, caregiver workshops, baby bundles with postpartum resources, etc. Instead, I'll just tell you about a woman I met just last weekend at the Dana Village event. And she told me that at some point in the past, she attended the collab's annual symposium, not as an educator, but as a parent. And the things that she learned there shifted her entire worldview in the context of her own parenting journey. She spoke at length about how it helps her unlearn parenting practices that she had internalized that weren't working for her and her family, and introduced her to alternative ways to interact with her child that felt better for her, and told me how grateful she was for that experience. All this to say that the collaboration is an invaluable resource that has made a big difference, not just for my family, but for countless others. So I'm asking the board to continue to invest in early childhood and support the collaboration's work in our community.
Ms. Brooks, our next speaker is Ms. Emily Norman.
Hello, everybody. My name is Emma Norman. I am an Oak Park resident. I am a proud parent of 5 OPR graduates. I've been coming up in a couple of years. I'm an educator. I've been a teacher, a preschool teacher for 10 years in our community, and I'm director of Aren't Your Neighbor of our community preschool, where I've been there for 4 years. In that position, we also partner especially with OPRF, with Christina Belpedio, your early childhood education teacher. Students in her classrooms do their required coursework and observations in classrooms and our program. So there's many ways that I'm connected to OPRF and our early childhood community. I'm here tonight to really advocate for your continued funding and investment in the collaboration for early childhood. My notes also came written because I don't really read fine print, didn't know I had to vote. Have to vote. But I came out tonight, it's so important. We could not do what we do at Pilgrim or really at any early childhood program in our community without the collaboration. It is that important. Between the free vision hearing screenings that Whitney had already expressed, we have free developmental screenings for our children. Families can complete the ASQ developmental screenings twice a year, which helps us identify ways to support growth, but also ways that we can support where they're needed. Maybe they need a little extra support, maybe they need an evaluation. And we know how important early intervention is in that trajectory of success for education. So the work that we're doing when children don't even enter kindergarten yet helps your students become more successful in their lifelong career. It is that important. We know the rate of return for investment in early childhood is $4 to $9 for every dollar that you give with long term. I'm sure there's somebody here with better numbers from exactly what that did. Collaboration with our professional development works free, low cost for our teachers. And we mentioned the symposium, it's every single year. It gives us high quality training, access to it. Things that we could not afford, we had to do on our own. every individual program had to go find out. Somebody to do their vision hearing, somebody to do the development screening, the cost of the ASQ is astronomical. We had to pay for all of the trainings that we do as a high quality program. We couldn't, an individual program couldn't do it. Especially today, when the funding from the federal government for early childhood is nothing. You know, we don't have access to grants as much anymore for other funding opportunities. And without the collaboration, we would be able to be the high quality programs that we are today. So I am asking that you continue to invest in this and in our community in the future for, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norman. Our next speaker, Ms. Tennessee Nelson. This is just the green. It should be already on with the green light.
Okay, hi, I'm Tamsin Nelson Axoy. First of all, I want to thank you for your continued support for the collab. I'll tell you a little bit about myself, and it's been a long day, I'm just gonna read, but I'm a parent, a pediatrician, an Oak Park resident, and a current board member for the Collaboration for Early Childhood. I also serve on the Illinois chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics Early Childhood Committee and the Committee on Governmental Affairs, and have spoken statewide at forums on early intervention. So it's something I'm very passionate about. I'm so excited to be part of this board. They do such good work, and so the collab is just incredible. So to me, what I notice is that children thrive by being in a context of a family environment that's supportive, and the collab does that extremely well. So it provides resources, developmental screenings, the vision and hearing screenings that we just were talking about, at a time when parents may not even know it's necessary yet. And so they're catching these kiddos earlier, which we know the entire trajectory of a child's life is impacted by what happens in early childhood. And so not only am I here to talk about the good work of the collab being on the board, but I myself was actually in clinic, just could not make this up. A few months ago, somebody walks in, a family I've seen before, I hadn't seen him in like 6 months, and the notes say concern for autism. So, okay, I'm a pediatrician, we deal with that. But this was a family that I had concern for developmental delay in the past, and they just weren't as concerned as I was. So I wasn't sure how the conversation was gonna go, and I walked in the room and, you know, this mom was saying, you know, thank you, you noticed something when we didn't, it took us a while to get there. But we've gotten this diagnosis, we didn't know what to do next, so we called this organization, we do not, the Collaboration. And they gave us all the information that we needed, the resources, they told us how to get started. And I just wanted you to know that, you know, we want you along with the journey. But more importantly for me, she was such a good advocate because she knew what to ask me because she was informed of that information. And as a pediatrician, I've had to learn that information. We don't learn it in training. So the Collaboration just offers so much for so many families. Yeah, in such a way that I just can't even put into words. So many families who don't even recognize there's a delay yet, and then the Collaboration can come in and provide that support that just gives them a place to reach out to ask about neighborhood connections, parent groups, so many different ways that they kind of promote early childhood, and as a result, promote thriving in our community. So to finish, I have seen firsthand how the right support can transform a family's ability to navigate these challenges, but more importantly, give them agency to advocate for their children. So everyone should feel empowered to do what's right for their child. And sometimes you just need a little extra knowledge. And the collab is like that warm hug that just kind of takes them along for the journey. So thank you for supporting us through all these years. And I'm just here to ask for that continued support in a way that will really help us get to the next level and reach more families who need it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Nathan Crowley.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Nathan Crowley, and I'm a rising senior this year. I'm proud to be serving as one of the drum majors for this upcoming season of the marching band. Thank you for allowing me to come here tonight to speak about Act 3 and the critical need for the music wing renovations. Before my freshman year even officially started, I stepped into the marching band camp and instantly knew that this program was my home. For the last 3 years, I've been lucky enough to experience nearly every part. From curricular band, marching band, pep band, and our jazz band. There are so many of us, the music wing is our genuine safe space. When academic stress and life is too completely overwhelming, it's the one place in school where we can go to take care of our mental health, clear our heads, and find comfort in our community. As we look ahead to this coming season, our marching band is growing to 150 members. That's the largest in school history. And while that growth is very exciting, the reality is that we're still packed into the same band room. Andrew was designed for a group half our size. This is an experience that every performing art group in our school is all too familiar with. When you put 150 students and instruments into a space that small, it isn't just uncomfortable, it's incredibly too loud, completely overwhelming, and feels unsafe at times. It's difficult to focus on musical excellence or find that mental relief. We are physically struggling to find room to breathe for play. And yet, despite these severe physical limitations, what our students achieved is historic. We consistently break records at ILMA and all state music selections, and our ensembles are routinely chosen to represent the entire state at a national level. We are achieving beyond the national standard, but our facilities simply do not match the caliber of our students. Our directors have worked tirelessly to build a culture of excellence and a safe emotional haven for thousands of students now. Now, we desperately need a physical space that matches that dedication. By approving these renovations tonight, you are directly investing in student safety, mental health, and I urge you to invest in the future of the Opera Performing Arts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Rowan Lingenfelter.
Hello and good evening. My name is Rowan Lingenfelter, and this fall I'll be a junior here at OPRF. I'm the youngest of 4 kids, all of whom have participated in the OPRF music program throughout their 4 years to a great extent. I've been recognized by the Illinois Music Educators Association, ILMEA, at both the district and state level for the past 2 years. I'm the principal flute and wind ensemble, a section leader in the marching band, and recently became a member of the jazz ensemble, all of which have been recognized and awarded as outstanding ensembles, some even representing the school beyond state level, like Nathan said. Through our program, I've performed in over 12 different ensembles so far on 4 instruments while simultaneously balancing high-level academics. Concert season is pretty hectic. As you can discern, music plays a vital role in my life. I would not be the person I am today without the music programs made accessible through our school's facilities. They've taught me leadership, cooperation, discipline, and the value of community, all of which are transferable skills to every walk of life. I know for a fact that the same is true for so many of my peers. You may as well say the performing arts have been instrumental in shaping my As David said earlier, despite our program's top-tier accomplishments, we still find ourselves providing facilities that simply don't cut it. I won't repeat everything you said, but these are the same facilities that my dad and OPRF alone utilized 40 years ago when the program was half the size it is now. The band room, the instrument locker, hallway, practice rooms, they're so much more than just rooms. They're safe spaces that foster growth in a community so meaningful that it's difficult to put into words. Next year, I'll spend 3 periods of my school day in these facilities. Jazz ensemble rehearsals on weekday mornings at 7 a.m., wind ensemble rehearsals, and the AP music theory course. Not including my lunch period, which I often spend practicing, or my participation in countless music extracurriculars after school day ends. Act 3 has been of great interest to all performing arts students for a while. We have been eager to provide insight on issues regarding current facilities and constraints, and to use our voices to enact real change. The green light on these renovations will have such a profound impact on the next generation of students at OPRF. Now it's up to you to decide if you're willing to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Bob Spatz.
Hello. For the record, my name is Bob Spatz. I'm a 50-year Oak Park resident and currently live just a couple blocks from here. I was a member of the 1981 graduating class, and my child was a member of the 2010 graduating class. I currently serve as a member of the District 200 Community Finance Committee and previously served on the 2013 District 200 Finance Advisory Committee. I also served 2007, 2019 as an elected member of the District 97 board. However, today I'm speaking as someone that was part of the group of people that helped found the collaboration almost 25 years ago. I could talk for hours about the history of the collaboration, as well as about the economic research that shows that it is a good investment in public funds. However, I very well understand the need to keep public comments as short as possible. Therefore, I have sent the text of these comments via email, and if anyone would like to talk to me at more length about the collaboration, please do not hesitate to reach out. The single area that I will highlight tonight is the decade-long effort funded by the IGA for the collaboration to partner with a nationally recognized leader in educational research at the University of Chicago, the National Opinion Research Center, commonly known as NORC. The data use agreement between District 200 and NORC that is currently in progress will create new opportunities to understand how early childhood experiences connect to outcomes over time, the kind of longitudinal picture that no single organization can build alone. This new data sharing agreement will provide a database that can answer questions like, which families remain no part for their entire preschool and K-12 experiences? Which families move in, move out, or move out and back in? And more important, does the student's mobility profile impact their educational experiences and outcomes? As someone that has attended numerous presentations by the school districts, community advocates, MSAN, and others over more than 3 decades about the inequitable outcomes at OPRF High School, I'm often reminded of the quote attributed to H.L. Mencken: for every complex problem, there is an answer that is clear, simple, and wrong. If there was ever a complex problem, it is achieving equitable outcomes for each and every student in a public school where families have vastly different access to social, political, and financial capital. The collaboration's unique Birth to High School longitudinal database has the potential to attract grant-funded projects that have sufficient money and top-tier researchers to embrace a complex reality at OPRF High School and propose solutions that move more quickly the high school to its decades-long commitment to equitable outcomes for each and every student.
Thank you. And our last speaker for tonight is Allison Welch.
Good evening. Thanks for taking my comments. First, thank you all for your service to the community. Thank you for your thoughtful, continuous collaborative approach to addressing the OPRF facility needs and for your commitment to be responsible stewards of our tax dollars. I see you. As a member of the Facilities Committee, I've witnessed firsthand how consistently this board, the administration, and facilities team center students in every decision. I've also seen the care, transparency, and diligence that have characterized the Imagine process. Over the past 6 years, we've made remarkable investments in our school facilities. We've renovated or added more than 80 classrooms and labs, built a student resource center that didn't previously exist, and reimagined our physical education spaces. These projects have never been simply about bricks and mortar. They are about creating environments that support learning, that foster belonging, and promote the well-being of everyone who walks through our doors. They are investments in students. It is time to make that same investment in our performing arts programs. In December 2021, I attended my first Prisms of Winter concert. My daughter, who was a member of Miss McGuire's choir and now a 2025 graduate, was performing, and I honestly had no idea what I was about to experience. The Prisms finale brought together hundreds of students from choir, band, orchestra, and the extracurricular performing groups. Musicians filled the stage, singers and instrumentalists lined the aisles, and the entire auditorium seemed to vibrate with talent, energy, and joy. It was honestly one of the most moving experiences I have had as a parent in this community. That experience did not happen by accident. It was the result of exceptional educators, dedicated students, and countless hours of practice and preparation. I left that evening with a deep appreciation for the extraordinary value of OPRF's performing arts programs, not only for the students who participate, but for our entire community. What surprised me was learning that these exceptional programs operate in facilities that are undersized, overcrowded, not fully accessible, and do not meet modern sound safety standards, among other issues. In many ways, the success of our students and faculty is a testament to what they've achieved despite these limitations. Just imagine what they could accomplish in facilities designed to meet today's needs. The reality is that participation in performing arts has grown dramatically since these spaces were originally designed. You know that. Our facilities have simply not kept pace with the programs that they are expected to support. So I believe as a community, we must continue to have thoughtful conversations about costs, priorities, and financing, while simultaneously recognizing the importance of this investment. These are not competing values. Okay. These are not competing values. Fiscal responsibility and investing in students can and should go hand in hand. At OPRF, we often speak of those things that are best. I believe providing our performing arts students with facilities that match the excellence of their programs is indeed one of those things. And I do hope we can continue this conversation with respect, collaboration, and a shared commitment to doing what is best for our current and future generations of students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams, that concludes tonight's public comments.
Thank you. We will now move to approval of minutes. And I move to approve the May 21st, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting minutes as presented.
Second.
Are there any corrections or adjustments? Okay, second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The minutes are approved. And next up, we have instruction, the revised 2026-2027 calendar.
Okay, thank you. As Dr. Sanders and Karen Sullivan are going to come up to residents, or the two participants on our panel tonight are coming up. I just want to point out that this is a revised to next year's calendar that is a result of a recent conclusion to collective bargaining with the faculty senate. There are not major changes, but a few important changes that Dr. Sanders will introduce. We are asking the board, because these are changes to our contract made because of that recent agreement, we would like to get that approved as quickly as possible. So we're asking the board to approve this at the special meeting, including this committee, so we can get that out and approved for our public as quickly as possible. Dr. Sanders.
Thank you. Basically said everything that I was going to say. I will just highlight the dates that will be changing for the students. This is really in the interest of communicating it as quickly as possible. So we convened calendar committee with faculty senate, and so this was developed in collaboration with them, the revisions to the calendar. So the dates that will be different for our students. November 11th was previously a non-attendance day, will now be an instructional day for students. October 28th was a half day for students. It will be a full day instructional day, so full day for student attendance. And then March 15th will be, so there is a change in the contract where we would have two parent-teacher conferences, one in the first semester and one in the second semester. So March 15th will be now a parent-teacher conference day, and it will become a non-attendance day for students. Previously, it was a student attendance day. And then finally, the last day of school is changing. Previously, it was June 9th. Now it will be June 10th, 2027. And so all the changes by compliance with regulations by ISB, and we have the required number of student attendance. But again, we just want to communicate it to our community as quickly as possible. That's why we're asking the board to approve it by calendar.
Any questions about the changes? John, your question. Thank you. And next, we're going to move to our finance items, and I do want to just do one shift to this. I want to start with the IGA revision for early childhood education. So I know Mr. Arbogast is on the phone and Mr. Wilkinson is here, Wilkinson is here, so.
That's right.
Wait, do you make a call?
And sorry, transitioning myself. No, actually, I don't have as much to say by way of introduction to this one. This is as the memo articulates, a long kind of overdue renewal of this agreement that allows some of the contributions from its various partners to reflect current realities. And so with that context out there, I'll turn it over to you, Mary, and Jonathan, to if you have anything to say that way further explanation.
Well, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to be here with all of you, and it's especially a pleasure to get to hear from students. I always think OPRF students are remarkable, and being here on your summer break is particularly remarkable and notable. And OPRF students really always remind me of why we do the work that we do, because they're, oh, thank you. They're really, when we invest early and give children what they need, they become these kind of cool people who do kind of cool things. So I'm Mary Reynolds. I'm the executive director at the Collaboration for Early Childhood. And just to ground our conversation a bit, I'm here to talk about the intergovernmental agreement for the purchase of early childhood services between District 200, District 97, and the Village of Oak Park. That IGA led your three parties to enter into the contract for early childhood services with us at the Collaboration. This is a really innovative approach and a meaningful way that D200 reaches out into the community to shape people's experiences before they ever walk through the doors of the high school. It's a nice opportunity also to pause and say thank you. D200 has been an incredible partner in this work, board and staff alike, along with your wonderful students. And I'm really excited to be able to continue to deepen that work together. So the collaboration works across 4 program areas: early learning, child health and development, community engagement, and family engagement, all with the goal of setting children on an educational path, safe, healthy, and ready to learn. You heard from Bob about the exciting data opportunities that are coming soon. The IGA was initially signed in 2013, and so OPRF has been anxiously awaiting the arrival of those kindergarten students, and we are now there and ready to start looking at that data, which is really exciting. That data helps us with strengthening what needs strengthening in early childhood, and that data work also means D200 has a much richer picture of what young people are bringing with them when they arrive. Our D200 also has your very ambitious and admirable goals outlined in your strategic plan. And specifically tonight, we'll hear about the financial components of the IGA and how that refresh aligns with the district's goals related to equitable funding. Although we won't dig in a lot on data or collaboration activities today, it's still a nice time to reflect on how your other strategic priorities also align with early childhood work, including racial equity and transformative education, both of which have their roots in early childhood. Since advantage and disadvantage accumulate over time, right? And you've heard from our public commenters how we work to connect with all children and families in our community, especially those who begin their lives farthest from opportunity. We have lots of pictures of your D200 students being amazing. I think it's a nice thing for me to look at them and ground conversation about contracts in why we do this work, right? Which is for the good of the students. So with that foundation in mind, I want to talk about the IGA itself because that's why I'm here tonight. So in April of 2025 at an IGA governing board meeting, all 3 parties agreed that it was time to take a fresh look at the agreement, which was initially signed in 2013 and revised in 2016. Some things in that agreement just weren't working as well as they should, kind of good faith things that needed a look. So the 3 parties formed an ad hoc working group, and this slide just frames the purpose, how they framed the purpose of that work together. The IGA was initially designed with the expectation that contributions would grow over time alongside each partner's budget, but in practice, contributions have been flat since fiscal 2018. So since 2017, the same dollar amounts year over year. The collaboration between our founding in 2017 and up until 2020, we did not always bill the full amount available to us under that contract for early childhood services. We were still developing our staffing patterns, standing up our home visiting partnership, growing into the model. As I said at the beginning, this is a really innovative and unique partnership. There are not peer organizations who we can really look to say, how do you do this? We design it with our community together so that it is as responsive to local needs as possible. But that means there aren't folks we can look to for guidance. So we were kind of growing into who we've become. By 2020, we were billing the full amount under that contract, and we've been able to bridge the gap between what the contract covers and what the work actually costs through ARPA funding, COVID relief dollars, which were administered by the Village of Oak Park. ARPA funding officially ends December 31st of this year, which is what brings me to you all today. The work group worked together for the last year and came up with several recommendations. The first are just about strengthening some of the governance structures. So moving from having a single chair to co-chairs, rotating hosting every other year instead of every year, which just allows for some more continuity of practices. Those years go by quickly and it can be very disruptive to the workflow to be changing so often. And then we work together to update language throughout the IGA to have more equity-centered framing, replace a lot of deficit-based language about children and families, and really ensure that this agreement reflects the partner's commitment to early childhood and equity-based work. Then the work group also came up with 3 financial recommendations, which I will walk through individually. So the first one is revising the contribution ratios. So the way that the agreement works is that costs are shared between District 97, District 200, and the village, but they aren't shared equally because the budgets are not the same. So in order to fairly distribute the costs under this contract, people who are a lot smarter than I am with numbers, including your own finance folks, look at your primary operating fund. In the case of District 97 and District 200, that's the education fund. In the case of the Village of Oak Park, that is the general fund. And then they review and compare those, looking for costs that need to be backed out and not included in that cost because there aren't comparable costs across all 3 parties. And what that leaves us with once those costs are backed out is what we call the adjusted primary fund. So it's the education fund minus some costs. It's the village's general fund minus police and fire pensions, for example, right? So that we arrive at budgets that are as comparable to one another as possible. And then we see how those funds compare to one another. And what that means, what that meant in 2012 was that D97 had 39% of the cost because of the relative size of their budget compared to the other 2. D200 had 34% and the Village of Oak Park had 27% of that cost. Budgets have changed for all of you all since 2012 when this was first designed. D97 in particular has had operating referenda since then. So looking again at those same adjusted primary funds, that shifts how the costs are distributed. The percentage of the cost that goes to D200 will be reduced to 32.5% instead of 34% because of the relative size of your budget as compared to the others, with D97's expenses going up from 39 to 42%. So that first part is just really showing how those costs are distributed and recommended changes to that. The second part, you heard me say that the funding amounts under this contract have been flat since fiscal 2018, so since 2017. And we recognize that that is a challenge for all of us. It's a challenge for us. It's also a challenge for boards to be surprised with higher increases to contracts that might normally happen year over year. And so what the committee wanted to do was have a more measured approach to that and to be able to look every year at an annual adjustment mechanism to the contract. So they talked about the PTEL formula, which you all know super well. But also recognizing that school districts in particular are often navigating lots of cost pressures. So rather than a 5% ceiling to that, a slightly lower ceiling of 4% than what the PTEL formula calls for. And also, the work group is recommending that there's an annual review process before using that formula to apply an increase to the contract, such that if there are extraordinary economic conditions or pressures that may warrant a modification, the IGA work group can come together and vote on that annually. So there's an annual adjustment mechanism built in, and there's also an annual adjustment to the adjustment mechanism built in to the recommendations. And the third is a recommendation to reset the contribution amounts. So let me back up to here really quickly. So when this was set in fiscal 2012, the payments to the collaboration were 0.85% of the parties' shared adjusted operating funds, 0.85%. Then as the parties' budgets have grown over time, that percentage has decreased over time. So right now, the collaboration is paid about 0.53% of today's budget amounts. So the recommendation is to reset those contribution amounts, a one-time reset. The work group looked at scenarios, including bringing them back up to that 0.85% as it was based on the 2012 figures, ultimately landed at a recommendation of resetting those to 0.8% of the adjusted primary funds. And the other piece of this, as I mentioned during those years when the collaboration was billing but not spending all of the dollars available to us, the parties in 2016, that was why the contract was revised. So the parties developed a reserve account that lives with P97, who manages that as the administrative district. And there is about $350,000 in that reserve account. And the work group would like to recommend drawing that reserve account all the way down to use what's in the reserve account to smooth these payments out over time for the parties so that it isn't as big a chunk. So what you see here is about a year and a half of what those actual payments would look like, drawing down from the IGA reserve, and then an estimated payment schedule that includes that PTEL formula with some assumptions about where that might be at 2.5 or 3%. Just for purposes of being able to sort of see what that might look like. And then drawing down the reserve to zero. So you see a $30,000 final drawdown here, but it might be a little bit more than that because that account does accrue interest. So the work group is recommending to zero that all the way out as part of this reset. So as others have said, thank you for your service as school board members. What you do makes a difference for students, what you do makes a difference for us, and our partnership together is not something we take for granted. This partnership is also recognized well beyond Oak Park, which I always think is cool. So for example, last summer we hosted the staff team from the Center for Early Learning Funding Equity, who has the cutest acronym, which is SELFIE. So cute. They do national consulting work on equity and early childhood and came here specifically to learn more about the model and the way partners like D200 invest in the early years. I'm also very regularly asked by other early childhood leaders what the magic is for getting high schools involved in early childhood work. And I get to just very proudly say it happens because the leadership, which includes all of you, understands that the conditions that children experience in their first 5 years of life directly shape who walks through the doors of this school later. And investing in those early years is really one of the most powerful things a district can do to advance equity and student outcomes. So I would love to take your questions or hear your discussions or comments.
So I'm absolutely delighted to see this finally where it currently is the result of a lot of thought and very deliberate, disciplined, hard work amongst the IGA partners. Very, I think I call it missing any of the meetings, the bi-weekly meetings. It has been a remarkable testament to how to effectively collaborate across government. mental domains, around, huddling around the same issue. And there's a reason for that. We know that investing in early childhood education results in thriving students, thriving families, and thriving communities. It's incredibly important work, and we certainly see that. I was delighted to see D97 unanimously pass this revised IGA as well, and my hope is that we do the same. I'm very excited about the work that lies ahead and the enthusiasm that we have across the board.
Questions? Comments? Josh?
Yeah, so I'm supportive of the collaboration. I just, from a contribution perspective, I'm curious as to why it's village 297 doesn't extend to say township or Triton or other tax bodies within the area that equally benefit from collaboration.
So one of the things that is written into the IGA is intentional work to bring on other partners. We are not a party to the IGA, right? It's between those three parties. One of the tasks of the work recently was doing some outreach to River Forest and D90 specifically to talk about that. Some of our IGA work group partners had great meetings with library trustees and park district trustees. So it's absolutely an opportunity, whether that's exactly in the same scale and type of IGA sort of remains to be seen given different governing structures, right? But it's certainly something that we endeavor to do. And in the meantime, we certainly work closely in partnership with all of those other taxing bodies as well, since all of them do serve young children.
And I'm sorry, can you elaborate a little bit on the adjustment, if necessary, that process, how that works, and to what degree 200 will say how that goes?
Sure. So as I understand it, I almost need to draw pictures for myself because, okay, so in January of each year, that CPI number is released. The IGA governing board would then meet by no later than March 1st to review what that CPI number was. Let's say it's 2.5%. Let's say that year they're like, we absolutely cannot do any increases. D200 comes to the table, they say 97 village, we just absolutely can't swing 2.5%, here's why. Those three parties would hash it out, maybe they would say we could swing 1.5% this year, so they would adjust accordingly. That payment would then, that 1.5% would then go into effect with the January payment of the following year, so that everybody had a chance to adjust their budgets and plan accordingly. So, and maybe in that year, the 2.5% is reasonable, it's doable, it would still not go into effect until the following January. So that there's a mechanism to adjust this, so we don't find ourselves back in a similar circumstance, but also a mechanism to discuss circumstances that each party may be facing and for them to decide together if there's a modification that needs to be made that year.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to Bob Stats, who's the only reason I understand that.
So thank you for your presentation. And I apologize, I might be a little confused. We got a memo for this topic dated June 11th. The memo says our next step is to review and approve the IGA at its June 25th, 2026 meeting. But am I misreading the board book? I don't see a copy of the IGA. I see confusing references to old versions. And if you click through, it looks like there are faxes and things. I don't know if we can actually vote on this on the 25th because there's no copy of the IGA and this presentation isn't here. And while we're researching that, is Tony Arbogast still with us?
Yes, yes.
So Tony, can you describe your contribution to the analysis and where we've arrived at with regard to the contributions?
Yeah, it's and I apologize, I'm not sure what we clicked wrong that it didn't, the IGA did not come through. But it yeah, I'd have to go back and look and see why it didn't attach. But we have worked with Mary to verify the numbers, to provide input. There was, as she mentioned, a couple different ideas for what the appropriate increases would be, especially as it ties to CPI, and verifying that our ratios are correct, that what gets included in our actual budget contributions are correct, and that's where we the business office came into to this process.
Okay, at the bottom of page 4 of the memo, there's this confusing table that's got payment dates. It's got 3 payment dates. July 1, 26, January 1, 2027, July 1 of 2027. So it's not even clear, is that 1 year's worth of payments? Is that meant to be a year and a half? I'm just trying to understand why this table is set up this way regarding the payment schedule.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Mary, if you're controlling the clicker, but it's the same one. Yeah, it'd be this one, the estimated payment amounts, and then what the payment schedule for 26, 27 would be.
Okay, so this is a payment schedule for an academic year. So it's almost like 1/3 at the start, 1/3 at the middle, 1/3 at the tail end.
The reason, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Mary.
Oh, I was just gonna say, the reason it's laid out like this is because the July 1, January 1, and July 1 of 2027 are amounts based on actual. The below column beginning January 1, 2028, those are estimates, since we don't have the CPI numbers for those years yet. So we separated them out just to show that this is for illustration purposes as opposed to the actual payment amounts.
Okay, but in the top table, is what I said accurate then? Because it's an academic
No,
year.
it's 2 payments per fiscal / academic year. The July 1 and January 1 payments. The July 1, 2027 then would be the FY28 fiscal year.
Okay, so the top box, you've got a year and a half shown here. Because that's as far as the certainty goes, as the number, everything else thereafter is an estimate.
Correct. Based on sort of 20-year averages of CPI.
And we think we've historically been paying 0.85% of the ed fund, roughly.
It started with that, so
historically where we've been.
Historically started there.
And where we're going to now is what percent of the ed fund?
0.8.
I would say, like, for us to vote on this thing, we actually have to have the actual IGA. The numbers, I mean, the way this is laid out is confusing, but I'm starting to get it. And I think a copy of this is also necessary for us to actually possess. So I don't know if this is realistic to vote on the 25th, but maybe the meeting after that. Last thing I'll say, as a longtime supporter of the collaboration since my time on B97, the Holy Grail was always this longitudinal data. What I hear you saying is you're on the cusp of an agreement with Newark, the University of Chicago, to actually do this. Am I understanding that correctly?
The cuspiness is the data use agreement between D200 and Newark. So to get that data from D200 to Newark, we've been working with Newark with D97 data all along. So this will be bringing D200 into that fold.
So how many years has that been cooking already then with D97?
It took a little bit of time to get the data up and running, obviously. I would say, I think that the first year that we have pretty solid preschool history data is the 2015, 2016 kindergarten cohort.
Okay.
So maybe 16, 17, but around there.
So in some ways, it's like a cookie assigned to a individual child. And that's being tracked through right now their D97 years.
Yes, I went to baked goods with that, but yes.
You know, it's not like we're missing anything yet, because that cohort hasn't come close to getting here.
We do have some children.
That's not right.
Okay,
We do have some students
Yeah.
here, I believe our current freshmen were the first class to go through, so next year sophomores. Jackson, your class, are the first ones to go through this, that data would apply.
You mean to tell me when those children were preschoolers, they were already tagged in the collaboration system?
I'm not saying they personally. I'm just saying their cohort, that grade level is the first one then for which this will apply.
Okay, so when we flip the switch on our access to this dark data, we're gonna see
So
something about specific.
we're gonna pause for 6 minutes. Okay, siren is going
oh
on
gosh.
outside,
I should really.
so we should
Recess.
recess.
Time to get that back together.
Open the session and go to.
I pretty much,
Let's talk more about cookies.
some in the back.
Okay, yeah, okay, we're gonna bring this open session.
Uh,
Very knowledgeable.
Back everyone. We are going to reconvene open session at 8:38 p.m. And resume our discussion. IGA.
I hope everybody enjoyed the work. Summer party.
Intermission.
Intermission break. Yeah.
Okay, Graham, I know you were asking, we were discussing about IGA.
I feel like I got all my questions answered. That's it.
Thank you. And I did forward it to him via email and uploaded it to board,
Okay, great.
So
Thank
if
you.
you
So-
put a vote on it, you're going to not vote on this 25th, but we will look to. I'm sorry.
No, I'll hear you. I. Go ahead.
Oh, no, is that what it's not. Okay.
Yeah, well, I guess the question would be, since we have it tonight, we still have the next couple of weeks to look at it. So I would still like to be able to vote on the 25th, but someone has a big concern.
We will make sure that we put that as an action
Action
item, of course, so we can have that discussion next time.
Yes, yes, it needs to be action. Yeah.
Thanks for all you do. I'm such a huge fan of the foundation. I was not aware that it existed. I'm not a Parker. I didn't know anything about it until I ran to the board and learned about really the amazing things that the collaboration does. And I think that, you know, a lot of people in our community not understand the through line from your work to the students that we see every day in this school. Obviously, it's incredibly important. So I'm really grateful that this exists in this community. And I want to make sure that, you know, that the collaboration is sustained long into the future and continues to expand. And so I have questions about two things. One is, what is our strategy for seeking grant funds? And what is our activity around seeking grant funding to replace the now expiring COVID relief funds? Are we seeking institutional philanthropic funding? Are we seeking individual donors? Can you just talk about the strategy there?
Absolutely. So the IGA has historically been the largest part of our funding since that was signed. It tends to be about 80 to 85% of our funding, with the rest being grants and individual donors. So we do have fundraising efforts. We do have private grants, individual donors, small state grant that supports parts of our hearing and vision screening program. So it is ongoing work for us. As all of you can imagine, the grant environment is challenging right now. There's a lot of competing needs. And a lot of things to fund that are still very good for children and youth, right? So hunger relief, housing, trauma therapies. There's a lot of good things that support our mission, even if they don't directly financially support us. But that grant landscape is very competitive. And so we do try to compete for grants and end up with about 15 to 20% of our budget coming from those fundraising efforts.
15 to 20%.
That's right.
In that same vein, we're not serving river forest, right?
We are serving river forest because of D200's contributions. So we provide developmental screening in river forest programs, hearing and vision screening in river forest programs. They are not, D90 is not part of the data conversations right now. That's the biggest piece that we're missing with D90 not being part of this. But in terms of home visiting, services to families, services to early childhood programs, all that is in place.
So river forest families are benefiting from the CoLab to the same degree that Oak Park families are.
I think that's fair to say. Yeah, absolutely.
We're not discriminating.
That's absolutely.
If your child is somebody we want to care for and provide services to in river forest, that would too.
Absolutely.
What are our conversations with D90 and with the village of river forest? Are those active?
Yes, and very promising, I think. We've had very promising, meaningful conversations with village leadership and also with members that are on the D90 committees that the equity committee called. And there is a very positive developments and seems to be some genuinely big steps towards getting to a place where River Forest can be legit and parts of the IGA. And so that's where we're at right now is we feel good about guardedly confident that it's going in that direction, and it certainly seems to be. And we're hoping by not wait a little bit more this time next year.
And with those contributions from the 90 and potentially the village, would those then impact the amount that the 200 is contributing and defray that, or are we seeing that as added revenue from River Forest?
Yeah, but probably the way that it would look to bring on a new partner would be similar to the way that it looked when these parties came together, which was a ramp up. So a few years where it wouldn't necessarily impact contribution levels as they came on board. And also anticipating some higher costs at the beginning, getting the data infrastructure set up. Sometimes it depends on which data systems schools use and how work pulls that all together. And then it could be looked at as is the scope of work similar for us? If yes, then that would eventually reduce costs to other parties. If the scope of work expanded significantly, then it may be less of a reduction or added revenue to us for that increase.
And then the two township entities, what's the historical reason why they're not contributing members? It seems like if it's hand in glove with the mission of both townships.
Yeah, the Oak Park Township was a contributor in the early years, and we've now received funding from Oak Park Township by way of the Community Mental Health Board. So they're supporting our work through a grant in that way. I don't have the full history as to what happened in terms of the township relationship. They were never a party to the IGA. They did have, it was like a 5-year contract, maybe with the club?
Was like 1 by 1.
Okay, so a year by year contract with a collaboration that I think the last time that ended in 2017.
I may reach out.
I would love to do
later
that.
this summer and I'll chat with you. I meet with the River Forest entities. I really love to continue this conversation.
Absolutely.
With those folks. So.
Love it.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, thank you.
Francis over this?
Fred is still there.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hey Fred, I just wanted to see if you had any questions or comments for Mary.
No, I think everything's been said. I'm a big supporter of the work of the collaboration, and I think they're really vital to our mission. So I see the direct correlation in why we need to invest. I think that I think there's some history with the townships, and there's some history in River Forest that I don't recall off the top of my head, but I think that there are people been around that can give that perspective.
Mary, as been said, I also just really appreciate the work that the collab does. As I've been on the board, part of my own journey has really been looking to understand why we have the gap that we have from an achievement perspective. And I shared with Mary before, I had the opportunity at the end of April to attend a session on Black student success in Illinois. And it was by the Illinois Workforce and Education Research Collaborative. And they have some really good research going back from early childhood up through post-secondary. And what is becoming increasingly clear to me is that as a community, as a school, we cannot solve the issue of the achievement gap unless we go back to early childhood. Because we don't go upstream and we don't keep those kids on track. and they get off track by the time they hit second, third grade. It's a lot to cover in 4 years high school. So I think that this work is just really important that we continue. So thank you, your team, for the efforts, and just for all the information tonight. So with that, we are going to move on to Act 3. And group 20 being online, review.
Okay, so let me get my mic on. Jerry Rowley from Gilbane is here, and he'll be talking about the estimate that is in the one packet today. Some more detail. Before he does so, however, I'm going to talk about it for just a few moments. The board recalls 2 weeks ago, going through the schematic design, which was the kind of long-awaited process of the programming work that we've been working on for several months now. We're now phrasing this Act 3. This report that you see, the cost estimate that you see, is based on our assessment of what the student needs that have been identified through this entire process. As you'll see in the report, the estimate is roughly $84.6 million for the entire project. And we have done work throughout the past several weeks to whittle this down to a point where it is something that is fiscally responsible to bring forward based off of the design elements that are in it without sacrificing the programming that has been identified along the way. There were several times where we've been looking at various items and said to ourselves, well, what about this? And if it changed the student experience as identified with programming, it was a non-starter bonus. Other elements that allowed us to approach this design and this cost estimate in a less expensive way through other items that Jeremy will talk about were starters for us, so we spent significant discussing. There is a 10-page report, it's the second attachment here in the board packet. It is called the estimate, board packet. That includes the addition and renovation information. The second and third pages are really what I'm going to leave Jeremy to talk about. This details exactly what those cost estimates are. I want to talk a little bit about the fourth page here. That is the page in which you will see a series of items with a category called alternatives there. That's the architectural term for them. But there's a type column where you'll see the phrase deduct or add. These are items that we had considered in various ways along the process and eventually rejected as part of the project for one reason or another. For the deduct items that you see, we rejected them for exactly the reason I described earlier. They sacrificed the student experience. It was not enough of the programming needs for performing arts or replacing the physical education programming that would have to be torn down in order for us to satisfy the student needs. You also see a series of add elements here. These add elements here were ones that we were able to bring into the schematic design process and, more importantly, the cost estimate process with no extra cost to the district. Because we were already going along this route, we decided we were going to take the opportunity to get cost estimates on renovations to the little theater and the auditorium so that we had quality, timely information, updated information about what different types of cost renovations might look like. And use that to inform future capital improvement projects along our 10-year maintenance plan. We also are not recommending that those items get folded into Act 3 at this point. So with that said, I do want to point out one last item before I turn this over to Jeremy. We've had some comments tonight, and we've been discussing for quite a while the importance of performing arts in this project. The proposal that you see in front of you, roughly speaking, takes 10,600 square feet that we currently have in the performing arts practice spaces that we're talking about here, 10,600 square feet. This is in the first and second floor where our band, choir, orchestra, black box theater currently exists. Takes that square footage and it almost doubles it. All right, more than doubles it, I should say. All right, for those same types of spaces in this facility. And those spaces are also, most of those spaces, especially the large practice spaces that we're talking about there, are double height spaces as well. And you've heard us talk along the way about the importance of that for health, safety, sound quality. I've heard a comment about that tonight as well. So we're really excited about bringing this cost estimate forward. We understand that, and we knew this 2 weeks ago when we saw the designs. This is a significant build, but it is one that is certainly needed for our programming to get caught up, right, with the quality of the program that our students are producing here. So with that said, Jeremy, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about some of the assumptions and the work that you've done, and a little bit more about those pages 2 and 3 that I referenced earlier before we go into discussion. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you having me here to talk about the estimate for Act 3 tonight. Just to kind of set the bar, this estimate for schematic design is based off of the April 17th design drawings and documents. A long narrative came along with those drawings received from FGM. We do assume in this estimate a start of Q2 of 2028 for construction and completion, substantial completion summer of 2030. So just a couple of parameters I wanted to point out before we dive into the numbers here. So we have focusing first off on page 2 for those of you following along in your board packet. You'll see 3 columns on the kind of middle of this sheet. The first column is titled New Addition. That is 98,115 square feet of new addition. There's a second column titled Renovation. It is primarily corridors and support spaces immediately adjacent to what would be the new addition on each of those floors, each of the 4 floors. So that totals up to 17,000 square feet. We have talked about in our discussions in the past few weeks, as the design progresses, some of that can be looked at as potential bid alternates, as we did with Project 2 and some of the corridor renovations to allow for some flexibility as the design progresses, but also on bid day to allow for to add or remove scope to the process to the project if the budget allows. So that's the second column, and then the third column is the base budget. So a total of 115,000 square feet being added / renovated there. In the bottom of the base budget, you'll see that $84.6 million number that Dr. Johnson talked about. That is our current estimate based on all of our understanding of the schematic design documents, the intent. We've had a lot of great discussions, great collaboration with the administration team, with the FGM team about what does this vision look like? What do we want to include? What similarities does it have to Project 2? We've gone back and referenced actual bid numbers and bid quantities from Project 2 to get the most accurate information that we can then put forward, and obviously escalate for the time that's elapsed since the bidding of Project 2. I do want to highlight the 2 columns to the far right on this page. That is the auditorium renovations and the little theater. As Dr. Johnson said, those were estimating exercises that went along with this. They're not intended to be rolled into Project 3 or to Act 3. But we did want to, for the purposes of the capital improvement plan, get some more accurate information as to what those projects would cost. I'm primarily going to look at page 3 now, moving forward. So what does this estimate all include? And I want to stress that this is truly meant to be an all-inclusive estimate. We've included and taken into consideration things like abatement that's going to be needed of the existing structure. We understand where the existing ComEd line lives in proximity to that portion of the building. It's about 6 feet off, so there are some precautions and some work that's going to have to be taken into account as the design develops. We'll have further discussions. So those 2 items live within the other project costs under at the bottom there, and we're carrying about 13%. So that 13% of owner costs covers your architect fees, testing, abatement, furniture, all of those things is the current estimated value. From the construction side, this does include a full turnkey geothermal system, including the well field. Right, so 57 wells is the current estimated need for Act 3. Those wells are going to be in the throwing lane of, or anticipated to be in the throwing lane of the discus and shot put area, as well as under the existing long jump pits. So we have, not only do we have the wells, the piping to get to Act 3, the systems within Act 3, but we also have the restoration of those areas, new long jump pits, included within this estimate. So again, all meant to be all inclusive. It does not disturb the track, and it will not disturb the netting for the long jump or for the shot put and discus area. So the current design avoids all of that. We've included demolition of the full structure. I talked about abatement as well. There will be significant earth retention requirements due to the depth of the excavation with full basement, similar to what we had on Project 2. So we've included all of that. We've included new foundations, new structure, a full build out of the black box structure, including seating, the curtains, the rigging system, all of that is, the lighting is all included in this estimate. Current estimate includes a full basement under the entire new building. And it includes a new One West gym and all of the equipment for that gym stacked on top of the black box, as you saw in the design presentation 2 weeks ago. We also will do, we will have a significant impact to the mall and the existing concrete there. So the restoration of that concrete and at the end of the project is all included as well. Kind of in the middle section of this page, you'll see under the subtotal of construction. So our current estimate subtotal for construction is $56.3 million. Then you'll see escalations. So we've escalated at a total of 10%, 4%, about 3.5% per year from now until the midpoint of construction, which would be summer of 2029. So we've accounted for that. We have accounted for a design and estimated contingency of 3%. We've accounted for a construction contingency similar to what we have on Project 2 of 5%. And for those of you that remember Project 2, we took that 5% when we got to the time of bidding and we split that into a true construction or owner's contingency and bid package allowances. So the intent would be the same with Act 3. But for now, for estimating purposes, we are carrying a total of 5%. We do not have trade allocations or trade allowances built into this. You'll then see under indirect costs an estimated value for construction management services. This includes pre-construction, construction staffing. It includes insurance, it includes bonds, builder's risk, and fee. All of that obviously is to be negotiated and discussed further as we progress, but it does include the estimated values there in similar fashion to Project 3, or Project 2, sorry. And then lastly, as I talked, that owner or other costs. So that those three main categories: subtotal for construction, indirect costs, contingencies, escalations, and owner or other costs add up to 84.6 million. Dr. Johnson talked about the alternates. I won't hit any further on those if there's no questions, or if there are questions, happy to field those. I should point out two alternates. Alternate D and E are preservation items. So D is the preservation of the existing west wall of the One West gym. And the mural that's on the outside of that wall. So the intent would be to leave that wall standing, brace it in place, and build around it and on top of it. So we have included that in the estimate. You'll see that as actually to be determined. Based on our current estimate and current understanding of that portion of wall, we actually believe it's a little bit cost neutral to leave the wall. Yes, there's funds allocated in this estimate to preserve it and to shore it in place. what you're saving is you're not building the new foundation. You're not excavating for the new foundation. You're not building the new masonry wall and all that. So it's kind of a trade-off, and you spend money to preserve it, to shore it in place and stabilize it, or do you spend money to build it? So we know that there's a strong connection with that wall. That's our current understanding there. And then alternate E, or number 4, is to preserve the existing mosaic shield on the west wall. And that is actually to remove it from that section of wall and rebuild it in another portion of the new building inside. With that, I've covered everything. If there's questions that I can field, happy to do so.
Yeah, so I think, right, if I understood correctly, with these alternates, you said the top section, which are marked deduct, were considered but rejected as being not viable because of the impact on the student experience?
That's right. That's exactly right.
Okay. So can you just tell, because those are definitely some big ticket items, the top 3. So can you just talk through what were the student issues that you identified?
Absolutely, I'll talk through those. And as a reminder, in the presentation last week, which is also attached to this report, there's that slide deck that we would do. There's a slide later on, there was a summary slide, or column black font, it's just a white slide with black font that illustrated these as well. So these are those items. Okay. And I can take them one at a time. So what we're looking at here is the existing West Gym building to remain with interior renovations. So this would be basically to take, rather than really demolish everything, and Jeremy, correct me if there's anything that I'm saying that's inaccurate here. Right? Our plan right now is to demolish and excavate where the One West Gym is, shoring up that west wall that, as he just described, which is effectively cost neutral. This would say, nope, don't demolish that at all, just simply renovate it. Okay, why is that unsatisfactory for us? Because the programming that we have planned in the basement, and because of the One West Gym, the West Gym, which would be built above that, become impossible, right? If you do it that way, so you lose both. That's also why that deduction that you see right there is the largest, because basically it's the least amount that you could possibly do for that space. We should also point out that it could be quick to assume that you can simply add up those figures right there to come up with a total amount. That's not accurate. Those are not additive, right? Those are one in place of the other. And so the next 2 are kind of portions of what I just described. So alternate B is if you demolish, like we said, you just simply do not fill the basement, but you do have the gym above that. Okay. And then the next one is the opposite. There is the basement, I believe, is that correct? But there is no 3rd floor. Okay.
Correct.
So that's really what that is. And so what we're talking about is just really, significantly reducing the program, right? As we do this. And we talked about those last time we were together as well.
Right.
Yeah, I think Greg just answered parts of my questions. But I did want to ask about you said that there is going to be a geothermal field. And the question that I have is, and you said that cost is included. Have we looked at what may be available in terms of rebates and grants out there? Or are we just looking at gross cost?
I would say from an estimating perspective, this is just gross costs. Initially.
And I believe as with project 2 that, and Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, that any rebates, I think that you were in the upfront, you're aware of them, but weren't weren't like counting on them, right? They're money that it would be nice to get, but didn't count on per se. And we do know that there are things out there, but they don't come until everything's done, right? So.
Yeah, like when you think about the geothermal field that we put under the football field, that was one that you know, we did know ahead of time, you know, a rough estimate of what we'd be getting. But I think, you know, kind of the first step of this is having Jeremy's team priced out, you know, the traditional versus the geothermal field. And because there's it's a smaller field needed, you know, one, the cost comes down just on the number of wells, but then also on kind of that site impact as well. And we'll continue to investigate grants and resources that could be available at the time. You know, a lot of the incentives for geothermal have scaled back since when we decided to do the larger field, but there also will be another election between now and when shovels may break the ground that could potentially, you know, have an impact on what kind of federal funding could be available as well. So, you know, it's difficult to say, something we definitely will be considering, but given the trade-off in costs that you know, there wasn't savings to be had by going to a traditional system. It wasn't something we were able to dig too much into yet.
Okay, then the other question I had, I just wanted to make sure that this cost includes what you want to call it, escalation, inflation, or whatever, to the point of where our estimated schedule would say we break ground. So if we break, and I don't have it up, so I can't say, I think it was, what was it, 2028?
Correct. Yes. So
yeah.
Escalation is included to the midpoint of the
Right.
project. So
I just want to make sure that these aren't today's numbers, and that there is, we have that, we know there's going to be some kind of escalation, some kind of inflation, and those estimates have been built in so that we can say that, okay, in 2028, this is what we're expecting to pay for the entire project.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just to give you a little bit of detail on that too, there's over slightly over $10 million of combination of escalation and then contingency in this number right now.
Okay, thank you, Tony.
Okay.
I think to Fred's point, I did kind of recognize here that you were erring on the side of caution with escalation. Is possible. So it leans toward a worst case scenario. I definitely do that. Can I just ask about page 4, the alternates? Alternate, most of the alternates from about, looks like, alternate Franks through Nora. This is all auditorium and little theater stuff, but as Kathleen stated, these are big ticket items, but we do have listed on page 2 some auditorium and little theater renovations.
Yeah.
And that's a small amount. So can you give us a description of what are those renovations that show on page 2?
Yeah. The renovations listed on page 2 are primarily accessibility and seating renovations. Let me refresh my memory here. The alternates are for things like lighting and rigging improvements, sound improvements, ceiling replacement, house lighting replacement, things like that. The main base project that's been being tracked in the CIP budget is really just the replacement of seating and the accessibility of those spaces.
Okay, and because you were out in an estimating and pricing mode, you went ahead and captured that initial.
Exactly.
Okay.
Correct. And we
So-
actually asked for that much of a breakdown so that you would have information if you wanted to do different pieces, you know, like let's do this piece and not that piece, that you would have information about what those individual scopes kind of cost.
Okay. And Fred highlighted that, this scenario calls for a Q2 2020 start, but what would be the delivery date on this project?
Summer, so July of 2030.
So if you'll indulge me for a minute, I want to go back to this presentation that we got last time around. Maybe just a little bit of a step back, big picture consideration of the project. I think it's possible that if someone in the community, for example, wasn't fully aware of what is in the southwest corner of the building, this project may appear like primarily a PE project, even though we are presenting it as Act 3 primarily about the art. So why would somebody get that perception? I think it starts with what's there now. So from the basement on up. So right now in the basement, we have a defunct swimming pool. Okay. We also, well, I mean, this fills that in and uses that space, correct?
True, but the spaces that we're talking about in the basement here largely are excavation. There largely is not much basement there in that space compared to what we would here, correct? Aaron?
Yeah, the existing, what's currently the existing pool that's being infilled as right now, would be demolished completely, in Act 3.
Okay, but your point is that the current swimming pool, defunct swimming pool is not necessarily fully subterranean, is that the point you're trying to make?
Actually, my point is that you go yes, partially, but more importantly, I think as you go further to the north along the mall, right, for the footprint of Project 3 here. It is not all of that has a full basement. The fullest point is underneath the west gym is a slab, right? There's no basement.
Yeah, I actually think I get that, because as you said, I mean, this is gonna be essentially like Project 2, where you are.
That's right.
Removing the entire building, you're digging how many feet down from?
16
feet down.
All right, we got to see that.
So I mean, it's just in a rough approximation sense. So you've got currently the defunct pool. You have a locker room that I call Raccoon City. And yes, that's a reference to the Resident Evil movie and video. You've got a West Gym as we go up. You've got a cardio room. You've got an adaptive PE facility for our students with special needs and disabilities. You have a climbing gym where Adventure Ed takes place. And then you've got our legendary wrestling program. And these function, if you add the basement plus floor 1 plus kind of 2 and 3, these are 3 functional floors today, is that right? Or do you call a 4th in there?
Let me do a little mental journey through the school. I don't think I'd call it a 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not that 4, but the point is really that what is there now are these PE facilities. So if we're talking about rebuilding the southwest corner of the school, it's not like we're getting rid of wrestling, adaptive PE and so forth. It means that by necessity, if you're going to rebuild the southwest corner, you have to rebuild those facilities. And that is the reason that there are made 2 PE facilities. But these are not new. You're simply going to have to rehabilitate and rebuild them because they exist today and we still need to provide those facilities, services, and programs to kids. But what is new? The new part is the transition of arts facilities, performance areas, practice rooms, storage thereof, out of the 1967 part of the building, which as we've heard is sized for 1967 demand. And as we know from our extracurricular participation analysis, by far, the largest extracurricular programming in this school is in the performing arts. I mean, it's more than a 2x than the next closest program. So I appreciate you indulging this validation of this description only because, like I say, it's possible that potentially somebody who's not familiar with what goes on in that corner of the building might wonder, hey, is this really a PE project? The answer is it really is an arts project. It just so happens that by necessity, you have to rebuild the existing PE facilities that are there now if we're going to continue to provide those things. All right.
I apologize. I think you asked earlier if you were done before I was done. Do you have any more questions?
Only one, which is going back to the cost estimate, is the cost of the geothermal field then included in the HVAC line? Or where do we see that cost?
Yes, it's actually a little bit in two parts. It's a bit in the site utilities portion, I believe, and as well as in the HVAC line.
Okay. And is it the case that if, so I don't know a lot about this, so maybe you can educate me a little bit. So we would decide either to use geothermal to meet those HVAC needs or some other type of system or traditional type of system.
Sure.
Are the costs about equivalent, or is the delta for the HVAC or for the geothermal about how much is that differential?
Allison, I know your team and CMTA did some analysis on that, I believe.
Yeah, we did do a little bit of analysis. I don't have the numbers directly in front of me right now. I apologize, but we have a document that we can share. There's a slight increase in investment upfront, not significant, but over the life of the wells, the savings on the operating is significant. So I'll get you. I have that document and I can get it out to you. But it was not a huge factor.
Yeah, I think it would be great to include some of that information in the presentation, because just following on Graham's point, for people who may not be as familiar with those type of things, I think you can hear that they're gonna do they're spending $5 million or whatever on geothermal, and you forget that you have to spend $3 million on any type of system. So I think it would be great to have those numbers included in future versions of the presentation.
Yeah, we'll get those over to you and make sure that they're part of the next presentation.
Great.
One other thing I should mention, unlike Project 2, so PV array systems, right? Project 2 has all the infrastructure in place to add future PV arrays. The energy codes have changed, the electrical code has changed. With Act 3, there will be, on opening day, there will be a portion of PV array that will be required based on our current understanding. So we have, I can't remember the exact kilowatts off the top of my head, but we do have a small PV array included, installed in this estimate as well, within the electrical portion of this estimate. So it will not just be the infrastructure and the ability to add later, as Project 1 and Project 2 are set up, but the actual panels and the working system is included in this estimate. So that is a difference as well.
Thank you, Jeremy. Only one question for you, and then I have a question, I think, probably for Allison and the administration. Is there anything in your estimating work that we thought this project is unusual, unique, or some unique challenge that you weren't quite sure how to handle, and so you're super conservative, or is this just a typical school construction project?
Yeah, that's actually a great question and something I forgot to cover off. Probably the one, well, there's a couple unique things about this. I wouldn't call it typical, right? Because it's a tight space, again, just like project two, it's a intricate demolition of a existing building with the remaining standing, and then just tight working conditions. But we've had a lot of really good conversations with the FJMA team about constructability, things we've learned as we've gone through project two, some of the structure, how things come together. And we've already incorporated some of those lessons learned into the current design of project three or act three. One other thing that is incorporated into the estimate, and is a bit unknown, but I think we've covered it with the structural engineers, because the new Act 3 building will be taller than the existing field house. We have to account for snow load modifications to the existing field house. And so that requires, our current understanding is that requires a pretty significant change to the structure of the existing field house. So we've went through a series of options, really gauged or geared around constructability, impact to the existing field house as far as usability throughout the construction project. And we've come to the conclusion that we are best off to remove a significant portion of the existing roof deck, put down a metal roof, a new metal roof deck, and a new roofing system, which the field house is in need of a roof in the 10-year plan anyway. So it kind of makes sense to do that. And you're approaching it from the top side rather than the underside, and trying to add a whole bunch of steel from the underside within the existing space. So that's a pretty unique piece that, as the engineering and the structural design evolves, that will evolve and become a lot more dialed in. I think they've done a bit of analysis already to that existing structure to be able to give us a pretty detailed narrative of here's what we and we've done our best to account for that within this estimate as well. So I would say that's probably the one other challenge, just outside of the tight site constraints, but we've tried to really optimize the structure to allow for efficiency in the foundations, the steel, and the exterior wall. So.
Thank you. And that field house related roofing work, that's included in this estimate? That's right. And I assume the consequence of that would be pulling that out of the 10-year plan. It's already budgeted over 10-year plan.
Yeah.
So there's a cost savings there.
So we have a portion, I should clarify, we have a portion of the roof that's required to be touched as part of Act 3. We have the replacement of that included. Does not currently include the whole roof, but that's something we get to.
Okay. Thank you. So I am kind of unclear where, sort of step by step, how we go from here through next spring. And I would love for Greg, you or Allison or both of you together to kind of walk us through decision points for the board between now and next spring. In 2 weeks, we're going to be asked to approve this budget and approval for going into design development. That's right, correct? That's exactly okay. And so assuming that we vote yes, we begin design development. At the same time, are we simultaneously going through the project development review process with the village? Are those on parallel tracks, or does one happen first and then the second?
No, they're parallel. Allison talked about that. We've actually begun some of that process already preemptively. So Allison, take the first crack at that, okay?
So with the plan development application, and really it needs to be finalized before you break ground, but obviously you want to know that you've got the approval from the village before finalizing funding, right? So we've started putting together the materials for the plan development application and are starting to reach out to the village. We want to obviously be able to tell them this is what the exact scope that's approved, right? So the meeting in 2 weeks would set that, correct? And so reaching out to the village and going through that process, we intend to do over the summer. It generally, I think it's about a 3-month process, to give or take, assuming it moves smoothly. We anticipate this one, you know, there's not really anything we'd be asking for that we didn't ask for on project 2. So that's probably a good sign, right? We would start, if we're looking with the schedule that we're looking at for design development, we would begin to start that once we're a decent amount of the way through the plan development application process, but not 100%. So, but that process would be complete well before we finish DD, which would be as shown towards the end of the year.
For the end of the calendar year.
Correct. So let me open up the schedule there's a schedule that's attached. And so with design development, we would be anticipating, you know, the vote at the end of the month, and we would be looking to actually start in August. Part of that is getting as far through that plan development application process as we can, but also we don't want to go too far with design development without the staff back, right? There's a very important component of all of this is having the input from the team. And so we want to have access to them when they're back for the school year. So our anticipation was just to start then. And that would be complete our portion in the middle of November, and then giving Jeremy's team time to develop an estimate and go through this kind of same process that we just did of reconciling the estimate, making sure it's right. Is there any adjustments we need to make to come back in line with the budget? Having the time and the breathing room to do that is part of what we're looking at here. That we're not condensing it and rushing it. And so then we would bring it to the board in January.
And in January. So there's a third track, which is the funding decision.
Correct.
I'm assuming that's going to include CFC and our finance consultant and so on. And so can somebody tell me what that process looks like of review and thinking and discussion and presentation to the board?
So it certainly is gonna have to go to CFC as you described it. Let's start from the back and move forward. We would want to come to the board no later than in December, right, to have the board vote on and approve the ballot language, all right, for the referendum. Okay, and so if we work backwards from there, that gives us from the decision that we would make really 2 weeks from now through December to figure out exactly, you know, what the funding would look like and what the exact ask would be. We would not want to rush that decision coming forward, especially when it comes to the exact scope, design, and dollar, because the DD process that we've talked about here would allow us to refine that and make further detailed and precise decisions about exactly what to include in the project that then would obviously have implications for the eventual cost estimate. And we want to be as precise as we can with that. So that is just defining what has to happen within that timeline. We have not developed like a 1, 2, 3 month by month step at this point for exactly how we would, when we would go to CFC and so that, and so on and so forth. But pending this vote in 2 weeks, we have plenty of time to go back to that process. Okay.
So we're voting on sort of a preliminary budget number.
Correct.
But the actual budget number that might be subject to a referendum, we're not going to know that number until after DD, after another round of estimating, and that's probably going to be close to the end of the calendar year.
We would know that later in the game. Jeremy, do you want to speak further with more details to add to that?
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty spot on. If the BD design wraps up towards the end of the year, we need 3 to 4 weeks to put another revamped estimate together, refined estimate. We go through our normal process and then be ready to present that. So yeah, I think to your question, there would be another round of estimating refined numbers before that number got solidified into any sort of rough funding.
Can I respond to Tim? Because I believe that if we, for this first item, imagine Act 3 estimate, all this we're approving is just giving a head nod to the estimate as it exists right now. But this other item in our agenda.
That's right.
called Design Development Authorization. Right. That the administration wants us to approve the approval of an expenditure to FGMA equal to 10% of this current, or 5%, what certain percentage of this budget as it exists right now. So our decision, I think this is I think a 4.6 million expenditure or something like that. The decision is really, do we want to lock, stock and barrel, say, yeah, we're signing up for that? Right. Or if you think how we did the schematic design piece of it, we said, no, let's break it into milestones, because maybe we don't want to sign up for that fourth expenditure right now, knowing there's inherent uncertainty to a referendum down the road.
To clarify on that, written into the language of the authorization is the condition that the later phases do not start and are not triggered, are entirely contingent upon the project being funded. So you're only committing at this time to the DD portion of that. And the other phases and those fees would not be triggered unless the board votes on the funding and moves the project forward. So there's not a risk there. It's just a contract with us for the overall when the rest of that is funded. So.
But funding, we don't know until someday in April, following an election.
Correct. Correct. And if the project isn't funded at that time, there are no additional fees beyond DD owed to FGMA with this authorization. Until such time as you do that. Could be 4 years from now. I don't know,
Right, but recognizing that DD is a $4.7 million price tag.
No. DD is 15% of our overall fee. That 4.7 million is the full cost of all of our fees. And that includes the cost from the very beginning to the end. And remember that you have the credit for what you've already paid for programming through SD that will be applied to that overall number. So the DD is only 15% of that piece.
Okay, so then can you express that as a real dollar amount between now and election day of April? When we know their workforce?
Yeah, actually, Tony has the numbers for what each of those phases would break out as for cost. So I can share that.
I just, this might be clear to everybody, but I just want to make perfectly clear in case it's not. We are officially discussing the next agenda item right now, which is totally good. And I just want to make sure that if we make that transition, there aren't still questions about the first item, right, that we have left unexamined. So I just want to make sure we don't. Or maybe they're so interlinked. It's one from the other, but I just want to make sure we know what we're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's my mistake.
So then you hear whether everyone has comments.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Do you still have? No, thank you. Estimate.
Well, I have one more response to Tim's statement, but it would probably technically be part of the next agenda item.
So let's finish up the current, so jump into your questions about the current estimate.
Yeah, so, looking at this, it looks like we got an initial estimate, the administration got an estimate May 15th for over $100 million. Which I was not made aware of, and we went to this. What I was.
No.
Okay, so, and then we went to this value engineering phase. So you see here, R0, which is the initial iteration, then R2, which is presumably one in between those two.
Yeah.
And where we value engineer 15% delta in the overall cost. Can you elaborate a little bit as to what led to those savings, right? Almost 4 million on the structure.
Absolutely. So to your initial point, there was an R0, an initial estimate. That was Gilbane's initial estimate, no discussions had with the design team, no discussions had with the administration team, right? That was our just initial take on the SD drawings. Then we always go through this series of reviews and refinement to make sure that our understanding aligns with the design intent, right? We've got drawings, we got a big narrative, things can get misconstrued. So a series of meetings, I want to say probably met 4 or 5 times with all of the designers, everybody from architectural to mechanical to structural, received feedback on the estimate. Hey, this looks high. This, I don't think you have a clear picture of this. One of the biggest things that came up during that discussion was the acoustics. The initial design incorporated what's considered as jack-up slabs. It's a spring isolated slab. It's a complete double slab system. So you pour a 6-inch structural slab. You then put a series of spring isolators in. You pour a second slab on the top of those, on the top over those spring. And then at a later point towards the end of the project, you actually raise that slab 1 inch to 2 inches based on the acoustic values. That was, I don't know, Allison, the Cadillac, I suppose, of the acoustic properties needed.
Yeah, it got, there was a list of probably 5 different, four different approaches, that kind of stepped down in, yeah, that were kind of steps down. And so that was the best solution from an acoustics perspective, but it turned out to be significantly more expensive. And so one of the things that that I immediately did was go back to the acoustician and say, okay, what if we go to this one here, you know, which is what is in the estimate now, which leaves the one regular slab, but creates a separate floor instead of 2 separate slabs with it. It's not quite as good acoustically, but it will be good enough. And that's basically the question that I asked him is, you know, good enough, but not, you know, and so it will be. You're not going to get the Carnegie Hall, you're not going to get Carnegie Hall acoustics, but you will get significantly better acoustics than you have now. Any additional reduction beyond what's in there now, he and we would not recommend, right? And so we talked through that with the administration of that decision, and with how much of a savings it was, it really seemed kind of like a no-brainer that this, you know, like I said, it's not Carnegie Hall. So
yeah, that change alone, or that revision alone, it's not to say we did away with the acoustics, we just have a different slab system in there. Significantly reduced the weight. So just in this initial design, we were able to reduce the steel tonnage by about 36 tons. In addition to removing the double slab, the spring isolation system, which runs about $75 a square foot. We went to a flooring system, an acoustic flooring system that's more in the like $30 to $35 per square foot. So that yielded a significant savings or reduction, while still maintaining the right level of acoustic properties in those spaces.
And so is that something that sticks in the structure line item, or is that something that kind of reverberates through some of those other line items?
Yeah, that was pretty much all in the structure line.
Okay,
So that's that about $4 million change.
Can we find more of those? You know, so I'll be entirely candid because I have a big poker face. I love the arts. I love the program here. I'm in awe of our students and what they accomplish. The liaison to applause. I asked them to liaison to applause. Was really hard time. Yes, dance there. So 50. It puts my arm maybe a 60, but this is a lot of money. So I guess where do we see more structural value engineering possibilities available to us between between now and moving forward. Because again, I understand that we didn't want to compromise any of the programming and the student interaction. So right, I see 15% kind of just off that, and I'm told that, well, we'll know more after the design phase. What kind of a delta do we see? How firm is this right now? Where are opportunities to save? And kind of what kind of a change do you see usually following the next step?
It's hard to speak to what kind of a change would we expect to see. What I will tell you is, well, this was a schematic design set of drawings. The level of detail in this schematic design set of drawings and the narrative that came with it is far and above what we're used to seeing in a schematic. So you see a 10-page estimate that has 60 pages of detail behind it, right? To build up to these numbers. Usually at a schematic design level, oftentimes we're doing $1 per square foot for a type I use. The progression of the design, the detail and the thoroughness that was put into this allowed us to take it to this level of detail. Where that's going to benefit us is we've gone to this level of detail, we've gone to that level of detailed review with the design team and their intent, how they plan to continue the design. It's really just a refinement of line items at this point. So we do expect to see trending in a positive direction from a funding standpoint. I will tell you from the structure standpoint, and Allison, I don't want to speak totally on behalf of your team, but the discussions that we've had with the structural engineer, this is basically all hand calculated. As they progress the design, I would call it a conservative structural design. As they progress that and they put that into the actual calculation system, I can't remember what the software is, it will optimize the structure. We should see the tonnage of steel go down. So in turn, the cost will go down for the overall structure.
I would caution though that, as Jeremy said, we put a lot of detail into the schematic design estimate, particularly because we knew what was writing on the budget that would come out of it, right? That the importance of having really good numbers, that there wouldn't be any ugly surprises afterward of like, oh no, it's actually this much, which is more, right? Anything we're looking to do now would be to bring it down. But the only way to make huge changes is through cutting square footage of the building, right? And to some of the sacrifices that were talked about earlier are the only ways, I think, at this point to find big chunks of money, like what you're looking for. And so moving forward into schematic or into design development would be to be bringing in that additional level of detail to really, the further along in the design process you get, the tighter, more confidence in the accuracy of the estimates you can have, right? And throughout the entire thing, we are going to be looking at, being as cost effective as possible. And that is a lot of the conversation that we've had over the last month or so, is making sure that the numbers are, they're good, and that they're not, that there's nothing in here that's extravagant or, that's more than it should be.
So I'm looking at, right, so we have column 1 for the new addition, base budget, and column 2, renovations of base budget. One of the things that stood out to me is for the nearly 100 square feet for the new addition. Under specialties, we have $503,000. And then for the 17,000 square feet, $50.
I don't know what the $50 is, Jeremy.
$50.
Line item 11. 11.10.
Yeah.
It's probably not zero. It's probably, right, it's probably closer to a sixth, maybe, or a fifth of that That other number, no?
I want, and I apologize, I don't have that full estimate in front of me. I want to say the specialties goes to a lot of the furnishings of the black box theater. And so the renovation piece would actually be a zero.
Okay. Then I guess, you know, we said that we didn't want to discuss any sort of well, I guess geothermal, right? What we paid $12.5 million for the geothermal project. Is the all that kind of comparable? This is a much smaller square footage.
It's a much smaller well field. The wells are anticipated to be 600 feet deep instead of 500 feet. Again, I want to say the number that's included in here is around $3 million for the well field. Geothermal system. You still have the equipment inside the building. In addition to that, you're gonna have equipment regardless.
And can we talk about our favorite utility for a minute and discuss what we're looking at with that information? 6 feet is not a lot. They want us to design an overhang, even though they would have clearance. So I'm curious as to 16 feet, 60.
Yeah. Very preliminary at this point. We really haven't even begun to broach the subject with ComEd. Just going off of the 10 feet that we had to expose to cross getting the geothermal piping from the well field for P2 to the building. You know, we're going to drive sheeting to stabilize the excavation just outside the building's footprint. Obviously, that comes in very close proximity to the ComEd line. I don't anticipate them allowing us to do that without exposing that line and knowing exactly where it's happening to drive. For the sake that if that thing varies in and out at all, right? We don't want that risk. So kind of first thought is we're probably gonna have to do some exploratory excavation, expose that, work with ComEd to protect that. Whether that means potentially encasing that in concrete or some other means of protection or oversight when working around that. Once we get our earth retention in, then we go back. So obviously, clearly demark that area. Now, you know, in the two instances, both with project 1 and with project 2, that it has been exposed in limited instances, they wanted to put a wrap or a coating on that, and then also where the geothermal piping crosses, they wanted to insulate between the two layers. So again, a lot of discussion. There are several crossings. The geothermal has to cross it, but also some stormwater to get out to what would need to be a detention basin. There's several crossings. So there's a lot of discussion to have there. I will tell you that's the one item that is probably the biggest unknown in this estimate is we felt like we had to include something, but what is the right number? And that discussion has to continue to evolve with ComEd. So on our side, we've got the excavation, the earth retention, some protection of that included in the estimate in addition to some funds in the owner cost. Working.
So that's the I'll call them accommodations that you're building. That's that $1 million. And can this is probably combination Gilbank Tony. Can we elaborate where the owner costs, what owner costs are not included, right? There's this matrix with indicator dots as what's included, what's not included. Can we discuss a little bit what is not stated here and what we'd be looking at before, you know, how that's factored into that full estimate.
So if you're still on page 2, right, that other project costs, that 13% there, that line.
Yeah.
That is to cover what would be considered owner costs outside of the building scope of work. That will be the AE design and construction oversight fees. It would be all the furnishings, it would be all your abatement, it would be any testing, material testing, any surveying. That line item is intended to cover all costs incurred by the district outside of what would be within construction. In a similar fashion on project, we were at about 10% cost budget. Is what was budget.
So looking at like pages 5 and 6, kind of moving about with,
yeah,
right, especially since the owner on the costs. So the presumptions that 10% that's built in is covering everything in that right column. Is that
Yeah, so like starting on page 5, right, there's sales tax doesn't apply to school projects, tax exemption applies there. As far as there's a couple of lines of different insurances. For right now, we've included this full CSIP. Project 2 is a partial OSIP insurance and a partial CSIP. We have included a CSIP, but that is very much up for discussion. But it captures the cost.
the specific credit included in the cost? So
Yeah.
how does that work out?
Yep, so as of in terms of a full CSIP, Gilbane would cover or would carry the general liability and the workers' comp insurance for all trade contract work. In return or in exchange for that, the contractors don't include those insurances within their bid. Right, so we do see a credit. It's very hard to see. It's very hard to narrow down exactly what that credit is, but there is an offset to the cost.
So, right, if I'm hearing this correctly, right, presumably buying the policy at the Gilbane level is going to be more advantageous from a scale perspective than at the sub level.
Right.
And then presumably they would then from all the smaller policies.
Yes, yeah, they have to enroll in our policy.
And the subject being insured, so.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, so you kind of are either or on the CSIP, the OSIP, the general liability, right? You kind of got to pick one of those. SDI is a way of subcontract default insurance, it's the way that we can provide subcontract default insurance in lieu of the subcontractor providing payment performance bonds. It's an option we can vet out. Moving on to page 6 then is the Gilbane's payment and performance bond has to be a part of the project and builder's risk insurance, including that with the cost. Then moving on down to page 6, the owner and the other costs. So yes, all of the stuff in the right-hand column there. So permitting fees, and the approval fees, geotechnical surveying, such as soil borings, things like that. Independent material testing throughout the project, commissioning, operating supplies and expenses, furniture, utility infrastructure, connection fees, things like that would all be intended to be covered in that 13% owner of the cost.
Do we know of the, I guess on project 2 on the other costs and contingency? How we figure? Yeah.
Just so you, those of us online, it keeps cutting out with your mic. So I don't know, Tony, if you heard the entire question. I did not.
So the contingency and the other costs, presumably we had those in the project 2 budget. How did we perform from a project 2 perspective in those two categories? 13% not nothing, that's a significant
Yeah, we still have unspent contingency and allowance in our project two budget. It's, you know, until the, you know, the project's done. I don't want to say we'll like have that totally go unspent, but we're doing well with that. Other costs, we actually it's a really collaborative process between FGM and Gilbane and the district. Things like furniture and various equipment for some of the new spaces. We worked collaboratively together to see what the district would be able to purchase on its own and not have to pay fees on, but where other items, maybe there were savings to be had by having to go through the formal bid process. So I would say overall that, the process itself with our owner costs there was a big reason that we've been able to hit the 102 mark with the initial budget, and then as we're nearing completion, staying slightly under that.
And I would say that for this project, one of the things that and I think it makes sense when you think about it is there'll be more furniture for performing art spaces than there were necessarily for the PE spaces, right? So there's a little bit more of a spend probably from a FF&E perspective on this project than there would have been on project two. And as Jeremy mentioned, some of the lesson that we've learned on, ensuring that there's funds planned for in that 13% for whatever may come up with dealing with the utility so we've been what we feel is appropriately conservative without being too conservative, it felt like the right spot on this one.
Also, Tony, in looking at the dashboard that we have on our website, just the two items I think Jackson, you were talking about, right? The contingency there we had for P2, originally the bid total there was 1.8 million. Therefore, the 1 million left. Clearly ended phase. We haven't updated to the May figure as a plan. The owner and other costs was their approved bid total was $9 million. At P2. And through April, we had $1.6 million left. So quite a bit of contingency is sitting there unused. Water costs and maybe utilized.
Thank you. That's all I appreciate it.
And then Madam Chair, go back to your question about the design. So.
Yeah, thank you for that. I had two quick follow-ups to something I said earlier. When I was describing how popular our extracurricular programs are, specifically in performing arts, I didn't shortchange that also there's a ton of regular school day curriculum that goes on in these areas, theater classes, metropolitan songwriting classes, instrument lessons and so forth. So just wanted to clarify that. The other point is about the geothermal, when we tout the 385,000 annual savings on the geothermal system for P2, that is actually the combined capital and operating costs over a 30-year life of that system. So therefore, obviously do the best you can on estimating the capital costs of the geothermal, but to really understand its implications, we have to actually lower the operating costs. We'll have to do that for this, just so next thing I'll say is, Allison, I apologize. I see now how I was misinterpreting the DD memo. It's actually about $700K that is being sought in a vote 2 weeks from now. Yep. Go ahead, Allison.
Yeah. So we had provided two different fee structures, and there's some description in there. So the amount varies slightly depending on which fee structure that you take. But yes, that's approximately right. It's very similar to the spend that you've expended so far.
That's what I was going to say, because I think on schematic design, we did actually chunk that out, which was a similar total number, but we actually created milestones with that also.
That's correct.
We do think it was a good way to, not overcommit to anything. Which then ties me back to your question. Right now, to Josh's point, I don't think we're actually going to the community ask for anything at this moment. We're just asking ourselves if we want to authorize the DD expenditure on the design, continue this path of investigating the costs. But concurrently to that, next week is the final CFC meeting of the year. And this is naturally going to have to be on that agenda. And what will start there is the scenario modeling of anticipating things like interest rates, length of bonds, and then looking at how, if we did this, it would combine with our operating levy to create a total tax levy in the community, and we've got to measure what that looks like and understand, for example, what other tax advisors are doing. So I feel like we're going to be kicking off next week, but then it'll be a pretty continuous analysis and turning on the box of that all the way through December, when we do really have to make a decision about do we want to present this choice to the community.
Other questions about the design development?
Allison, can you elaborate the difference between phase bidding?
Sorry, again, it broke down. Are you asking for the
Actually-
different fee structures? Go ahead,
No,
Tony.
I think I heard that, and feel free to interrupt me if I have it wrong.
Okay.
But in project one, there was a lot of confusion because different parts of the project were bid at different times in the project. And it led to a lot of confusion in terms of not only, what's in project one versus say CIP work or other projects, but then were we really getting the best value? Where with project two, we bid the entire project out collectively in one very large bid session. And seeing that we were able to really have a good grasp on the way the bids came in, very much as expected, it would be the district's recommendation to stay with the latter.
Yeah, and generally, when that would come into play is if you have a fast track schedule, right, that you need to get shovels in the ground faster than you can get the full design done, and there's a complication factor to all of that, and so one of my lessons learned along the way in my career is to just put out there that there's an additional cost in effort to us, right? If you go that route. So it's just a known discussion point ahead of time instead of coming around later on and asking for something unexpected on your side. We do not see that as being a factor here, as Tony said, and Greg will, I think, back up that the district has no desire to do that, but it's out there just in case. So there's no surprises.
And one other thing that I wanted to respond to, but waited till we transitioned into the design development phase, or portion of this discussion, as we consider the two options. The benefit of sticking with the traditional percentage is that we have about $10 million of contingency and escalation built in. We also know that, as the design development phase happens, we have a lot more detail then of what this building could be. And that allows for more efforts for cost savings. Given that we, similar to when we had these discussions in project two, we knew what our number that we couldn't exceed was, and we had to do everything we could to get that number back in control and where it needed to be. There's more of a likelihood of savings by going with that traditional route, which then we receive as a kind of a credit back to the district. So while we may pay a portion of the percentage on this number, ultimately, the whole project itself is on a final number that could be lower, and that gets adjusted.
And so, just going back over the what's not included. Owner shall retain an environmental consultant, abatement contractor, commission agent. All of that is estimated in the Gilbane estimate for the owner, the other cost for that 13, within that 13%.
That's
Yep.
correct.
And I guess when we talk about the percentage of construction costs, are we looking at that over? Which number am I looking at? Because looking at the 56 million number, when I'm looking at GMA's compensation.
Sorry, I'm a little confused on what the question is.
In one of the proposals is a percentage, your compensation is proposed as a percentage of overall construction costs.
Correct.
And I just want to make sure it's 6. So 6.4% of construction cost.
Correct.
We talk about construction costs in that you're basing this at 4% on. But that's that 56 million number in Gilbane's estimate. I'm not looking at the other contingencies and other owners' costs and all that.
So
Asking for the difference between the 56 and the 62.
Okay, so so architect's fees are based on everything outside of those owner costs. So basically what would come through in pay applications is what what architects bill on in a percent of construction.
So 56 or 74?
It's the 74.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Fred, any questions from you?
No, I've asked mine already. Thank you.
I wouldn't call it a question, but I think in the same way that the SB was broken into milestones, I think I'd also ask if GMA could also include that this year.
Are you asking?
Can you think of a scenario, Allison, where you could break up the 700K into some milestones or toll gates for us?
It would be tougher with this. I'll answer for Allison here, and then
Okay.
Allison, feel free to jump in. It would be tougher on this because we actually had multiple phases that we had broken up as those milestones. So it wasn't all SD. We had design development, we had the initial planning phases. This is just really the next step. It's just one very large step.
Yeah, so generally, the design process starts with programming, which is a small piece, right? And then concept, which is a small piece, schematic design, which is a little bit bigger chunk, DD, which is a little bit bigger chunk. The bulk of it is in the CDs phase, which is the really detailed, that's about 40% generally of where our fee is because of how much detailing we have to do for constructability sets. And then bidding's a small piece and construction administration. So it generally works out, DD is about 15%, CDs is about 40%, bidding is about 5%, and CA is 25% for how it works out with the effort that we put in. So with DD, we would not be able to break it. This is the next phase, and there's more detail and work that goes into it. So that therefore, this is the one phase for this piece and the amount of effort that goes into it.
Okay, as I look at your timetable for this, though, you've got the board presentation, DD design and estimate delivering on January 28th, 2027. And yet we think the referendum decision has to occur in December. And you've got the DD estimate being delivered by December 18th. just wouldn't want us to commit to the full 700K with a risk of some kind of surprise emerges in the next 6 months. And we say, we can't do this in the spring, or we would have to put this on the shelf for whatever reason. We'd be effectively buying unused services if something like that occurred. So I would say, if you don't have an immediate answer now, Allison, I would say just give it some thought.
But Graham, I'm hearing that it can't be, or that it would be very hard to break this out to stages.
Well, but by their own schedule, line item 32 concludes on December 18th. The DD estimate is completed prior to the start of the reconciliation and the preparation of a final report. If I'm understanding this right, so that's why it appears to be there's a natural break.
After 32?
After 32, and before 33 starts, that seems like a natural break.
Let me open up look at the sketch
I
again.
think is-
Sorry, the line items between,
Well, let me throw this.
okay. So you're saying between 31 and 32, what would that cost be if we took it to 31?
No, it's between 32 and 33. Because
Right.
to your point, 33 is starting in November, it's running for a month.
I mean, realistically, 90% of our cost is coming with the documents that we produce that'll come out in November, right? 32, there's a little bit of work we're doing, talking to Gilbane. So I mean, I would say that and if for some reason you pull the plug, we wouldn't bill you past that 90%. Like, I'm not going to do that. We can have a conversation and come back
Okay,
in
she
2
just said it
weeks
on the record.
on.
You just said it on the record.
Don't tell anybody above me, all right?
It's a fair point. You're saying that by the time you get to 32, you've already done 90% of the work.
Yeah, our issuance is on November 13th for our documents, right? That is the bulk of our work, and then there's 5 weeks there that Jeremy and his team are putting things together, and then there's a flurry of activity in that 4 weeks where we're doing exactly what we did right now. That is one of the benefits of pulling this forward, is we've got that time to do all of this discussion and figuring things out. And really the goal of doing this is to ensure that we're not going above and beyond any numbers that are out here today, right? We're hoping that we can pull things back, but there is an intention that we are not going beyond. Like, I have no plans to, the point of that whole reconciliation point is if and when the number comes in more than we want it to be, that we're taking the time to pull it back in line with where it needs to be.
Okay,
So,
good. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Comments? Hearing Allison, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have liability insurance.
Can I ask you a question? Would it be okay to bring our services?
Oh, yes,
Like I said, it was A, and we actually missed it earlier
Oh,
when we reordered things.
well, we did, so.
I just want to make sure we don't miss it.
Yeah.
There's still one show.
You want to sit here with us.
Oh, that can be true. Both can be true.
Thanks for that. Apologies for the oversight.
So this is a memo I bring every June with our related services contracts. These are for personnel that we don't, they're not full-time personnel, they're mostly supplemental services. So for speech, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and then our social worker who works at our site program.
Are there any questions about the contracts?
I mean, I was pleasantly surprised with the cost increases.
Like the rest of the items, the plan is to bring this back in 2 weeks for approval. Yeah.
So now we'll move on to, the liability insurance bids for property casual and workers' comp.
Okay,
Great.
Tony's still online. Yeah, thanks, Tony.
Yep. Yeah, we as opposed to what we ran into in the past, we had a really good renewal year. We are coming in at a minimal increase, almost entirely flat. We saw some lines go up, some lines go down. We've got Kathy Salinas with us as she comes every year to speak to what we're seeing. But Kathy, I'll turn it over to you. But we were extremely happy with where the rates came in, especially being that as things were like the geothermal field and stuff were completed, we actually saw the amount that we were insuring go up. So
No, thanks, Tony, and thanks for having me, everyone. No, this is, I will say, the only flat renewal that I am presenting to a school district. Unfortunately, the market's getting tougher. It's been a tough property one for a number of years. Now liability is getting extremely tough, especially with sexual misconduct liability and excess liability. So yeah, really, really pleased with this one, and open to any questions that anyone has.
Questions?
Fred.
But of
Go ahead,
course,
Fred.
Hi, Fred.
hi, I don't want to take all the air out of Tony's
Don't
sails,
do it to me, Fred.
but yes, we're a flat renewal, but we had a significant increase. That's based on a very significant increase from last year.
Last year, yes.
Okay.
Yes, so that is a good point. The claims are still what the claims are, right?
And
They will hopefully, if the trends continue, your trends are going very well, right? Both on the
Well,
package and on the comp. You disagree?
I don't agree with you on the comp because the comp
No.
numbers, the claim numbers may be down, or the claim values may be down, but the number is up. If I read if I saw in
The summary, yeah. So
your summary that there were I think there were 40 workers' comp claims.
So here's the thing, the current year in our industry, we don't really look at it until it's matured, right? It's not done aging. But if you look at the 3 years prior to that, things are trending in the right direction. So we hope this year, even though the count is higher, we do hope that the total incurred will not be crazy. So again, we don't look at the current year, we look at the ones preceding, and it's going the right direction, which is great.
Right, but I'm going to disagree with you on that. All right, and my reasoning is that anytime you have a claim, you have the potential, all right, for that development.
True.
Okay, if that case is open and you've got a file on it, it could go from 0 to 60 very quickly.
True.
And
I guess when we're rating,
my biggest concern is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, yeah, I'm just saying when we're rating, we look at loss ratio, and you're absolutely right. Any open claim could go haywire. But I think you do a good job. I think the carrier does a good job. When I see, 4 years ago, 158% loss ratio on the comp, and then I see 65 the year after, then I see 53, it sends a good message, right? It says you guys are doing things right. The carrier's happy to see it. So again, that's my interpretation of it, but you're right. Things that are open.
I understand that. And, but my concern is the frequency of claims. Although they may be smaller and they may settle out very quickly, we're still having them. And I've always felt that a workers' comp claim is always preventable.
Yeah.
And so I think that, my biggest concern is in looking at all of this, and it is, that the number of comp claims went up. And, I'd like, eventually to take a deeper dive into seeing what they look like, what those claims look like. and kind of evaluate, let's see, are we having slip and falls? Are we having lifting problems? Are we having, where are we, where are they? What are they? And how can we attack the prevention of those claims?
No, that's great. And that the carrier would absolutely love to work, with the district and does work with the district, right? On any kind of loss control that can be put into place. And, there is fluctuation. I see the district, 4 years ago, they had the same number of claims they have this year. So it does go up and down, right? And obviously in the COVID years, there were very few, but there were some big ones. So yeah, I think working with the carrier is the number one way, to mitigate those and to get those numbers down. Some are unavoidable, unfortunately. But yeah, you're right. If we work with loss control, we can get that number and for sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Yeah, that's really the only thing I think that, it would be nice to have an idea of, I'm assuming there's going to be an additional cost once we're done with project 2, because it's going to move off of a builder's risk and it's going to come onto our permanent insurance. So we really ought to know what that cost is going to be.
We could work with you on that. We just basically need to know what the project value is and when the anticipated date of completion and it would roll over. And we could give an estimate on that with the current property rate. Absolutely.
Right. Well, it's $100 million and but you also have to then subtract out what the value of we did demolish a substantial amount of the building.
Exactly. So it won't be just adding on. Right.
Right. So yeah, it's not 100% add on.
Yeah, if you can give us a figure, I'd be happy. I could shoot an estimate to you pretty quick.
Yeah, so we probably ought to take a look at what that's at. And other than that, the only other thing I would have is Tony still there? Yeah, Tony's still on. We talked last year about the having a committee. And I really like to push to get that going because I'm very concerned about the number of workers' comp claims that have been opened up this year.
Yep, fully agree with you.
Need to take a look at that because those could develop either way. They could develop and they all close for nothing, or they could, there could be a monster sitting out there that we don't know about.
Whatever your ask is of the administration is to, work with the insurer on an outset of claim and to determine an estimate for the insurance for the new portion of the
Yeah, those are my 2 points. Yes, thank you.
So I'm puzzled by the cyber liability being the largest decrease given what we experienced last year. And I would imagine that we still have to some degree unknowns around future liability issues associated with that data.
Well,
is that fair?
The biggest thing is that if you recall, last year the cyber liability went up because the incident happened right before the renewal. So we actually had to extend our current contract out a month and then do the renewal. Through that process, we took a system that really was already very secure. And I think a testament to that is if you look at what a couple districts that are going through their own incidents right now, the troubles they're having with how quickly we were able to mitigate. But we locked things down even more so following that event and took a lot of steps to protect the integrity of our cyber system. And I think that's reflected in this renewal.
Absolutely. It does speak to that decrease. And the cyber market's one of the softer markets that we're in with insurance. Everything else is getting pretty hard, but cyber is soft, and you guys did a great job.
Any other questions?
So, Kathy, thank you for presenting. Give Pat my regards. I a few questions, you know, you want to be happier. But I also want to look at the limits and to make sure that we're insured appropriately. So like one of the things that as we were talking about Act 3, I was looking at the geothermal stuff, right? We don't even have our building done yet, and we paid $12.5 million for the geothermal, and we're insured for $8.3 million geothermal. So are some of the valuations here, are we confident that we're appropriately covered?
Sorry,
go ahead, Kathy.
Well, I was just gonna say, usually in a project like this, it's in conjunction, you've got a builder's risk in place that's covering any property under the course of construction. And then my piece is the property that's completed and being put to use. So usually we work together, and between those two, the limits would be there, right? Between both construction and completed. But you know, anytime something's done, like Tony let us know about the geothermal under the football field, we went ahead, it's now on your regular property rather than under the builder's risk because it's been completed. So we work together in that process, making sure you have the right limits.
But that's what I'm saying is that at 8.3, we paid 10.5 or 10 for the system and another 2 for installation.
My understanding is are there 2 geothermals, or are you talking about just the one under the football?
Talking about the one geothermal. The one well that we have that is for our new project 2, our PE wing. That is, I believe it's now on.
The cost, so what we're gonna be looking at is replacement value, but did the 10 maybe include other line items? Perhaps that maybe wouldn't be part of replacement costs, I don't know. The value that we have in there is the replacement cost that was advised.
You know,
We can bump that up though, for sure.
The cost of a turf is roughly $3 million. We know it's less than that, Tony. Could you speak to that, the cost of the turf, and whether that is the 12.5 that we quote for the geothermal system, that included the replacement of the field turf? Might that be excluded from the line of Josh's question?
Yeah, so what we did is when my office worked, because we did a kind of a sweeping review of a lot of the valuations of our fields. We worked with Kurt Elsip and Jeff before he retired to really break down where those different costs lie. So what you see, you know, that addition in the geothermal, the field itself, you know, the turf is insured, you know, just the same as that. The best way I can say it is it's entirely possible something could happen to the turf that we require a claim that wouldn't necessarily impact the geothermal system. So we didn't want to insure the turf twice in that case.
Yeah, because that's a separate line item, the turf, in the statement of values.
Okay, but so if the turf is 2.5, the geothermal is 10, we have 8.3 here.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The actual geothermal unit was 10 million. The turf and the excavation and the replacement was 2.5. We have a geothermal well that's insured for 8.3 million here. Right? You know, I know that when I drive the car off the lot that there's a depreciation, but it seems kind of premature here.
Well, the geothermal leaves a lot.
Yeah.
And part of that, the difference in that number is going to come in is that, and I remember the conversation with Kurt when we had this was a while ago. But there's going to be costs of that system then that when we like revalue the project 2 portion of the building, because some of that is like that mechanical hookup and the vault and things like that, that are going to live in that area. I can get more specifics on it where these numbers came from. Apologize. Anytime we need a detailed breakdown of these numbers preemptively, it's hard to pull it together kind of out of thin air.
No, but the fact that some of the HVAC and the plumbing that does make sense.
And keep in mind, there is a blanket limit on the policy, right? There is a limit in a loss that's going to be over and above. It's the total loss limit that you have on your property is 352 million. So there is that comfort of knowing, you've got that blanket limit. What are the chances every single thing is going to be destroyed, right?
It's an old building. It was pretty, the weather was rough today. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, because I don't remember this, all the commentary from the carriers are not willing to quote school districts in Illinois or Cook County. I don't remember that when markets declined last year. Is that a more recent development, or is it just now that you're kind of calling it out?
No, we've had that happening with a few carriers have been hardcore, no Cook County, but it is growing, unfortunately. And we try to be transparent and tell you exactly the reason, right? And that could change. Appetites change as the years go by, but Cook County is becoming more difficult.
So
in the insurance world.
To that end, we discussed it last year. Do we want to explore a deductible on our policy to open us up to maybe more markets?
Do you you mean like going a much higher, like a self-insured retention, higher, that could open up markets on the comp, school package, so school liability. I don't know if that there might be a few more. I don't think that their forms would be as good. We could definitely explore it if you want to look at high deductible. We're talking 100,000, 250,000. I'm not sure if the district is interested in that. But that is a way to open up markets.
It's certainly something I think that maybe we want to explore with the risk committee.
Okay.
Something we have to actually, run the numbers off of. But thank you. Thank you for the role. It's, someone who works in the industry, a decrement, or at least, our past is kind of unheard of these days. So thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
See any more questions? So Kathy, Tony, thank you.
Yes, absolutely, you guys. Good to see you.
Thanks, Kathy.
Take care.
And our last finance item is the athletic trainers services contract.
Sure. And so this is an annual item we bring every June for athletic training services. We continue to see quality service from Athletico. In talking with our athletic director, Nicole Ebsen, we always start the conversation with, what is she experiencing, and then what does she hear from other districts? And she is very in tune to what's going on. The renewal rate that we received is really in line with market rates right now. Athletico we don't run into an issue that some schools have with other providers. Not that all the other providers do a poor job, but we're able to be fully staffed. We're not constantly understaffed. The service we receive, we're extremely happy with. So we are recommending renewing with Athletico for a 1-year contract.
Questions? Brett?
Yeah, Thanks, Tony. You know, I can attest that Athletic Co does do a great job. I think they're well worth the value that we pay them. But the one thing I really think that we ought to be looking at in the future is, can we bring part of that in-house, in looking at a trainer that's, you know, on staff. I just think it's I'll liken it to coaching, that, you know, it's very difficult to coach when you're not in the building and you don't have access to students during the day. And I just think that if we had a trainer on staff whose students could have access to, you know, from time to time during the day. And I'm not saying that it would be a full-time trainer. I'm talking about more of a stipend type of situation. And I know that I've had experience with other schools that have done that. And I'm just wondering if you've had conversations with Nicole about that kind of a model.
It's briefly, I can't say that it was heavily vetted. The biggest concern at this point with the model is it's part of the reason there's other areas that have had a difficulty staffing schools is it's a competitive platform right now. There's you know, more of a demand than a supply for athletic trainers, especially ones that are offsite and working with school districts. And I know when we had broached the topic, there's a little bit of a concern of the ability to even find somebody. It's something I'd be happy to revisit with her, and she can probably speak more to the line of thought there. But I do know that when we did speak about it, she was concerned that it'd be very difficult to find someone.
Yeah, I understand that. I just think that we ought to keep our eyes open, and you know, as people apply for open positions, that, you know, if somebody has an interest or a background in athletic training, it's something we ought to think about and look at. You know,
Yep.
It might be a biology teacher, it might be a PE teacher. You never know. Thanks, Tony.
Any other questions? All right. Let me thank you through the finance.
Hey, and just for the record, for the public too, Tony, you're good to go.
Yes.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
You too. Next is governance, which the only topic I have under governance is to determine a date for our board retreat. One recommendation is perhaps we could use, if we don't have to use it for a board meeting, we could have the time on our calendars in July for a board meeting if needed. And could we convert that to a board retreat date? Assuming that we don't have anything that we need to do or not a lot that we have to do from a board of business standpoint.
July 16th.
Is that 16th?
The 16th, right? We already have it on hold, so if everybody's good with that, and explore that date for our board retreat.
Let's see, it's not.
Did you have a question?
I had another board governance issue.
Go ahead.
And that is, I just feel like we should elevate the, I don't know if it's a technology problem, I'm not sure how to define it, but when people are joining us remotely, it's really hard to hear. And Greg, you've experienced this, and I mean, literally the consequence to us has been rescheduling the meeting because we didn't want for you to join us remotely. Board members who join remotely are really struggling to engage in the conversation. And so I don't know if it's an issue of our microphones or what it is.
It is.
This system needs to be upgraded.
That system is about 30 years old.
Yeah, it needs to be upgraded, and it is on our ed tech team's radar. We could explore that drastically. It's a fair point. It's consistently been a challenge for us.
I feel like it's something we've been just, you know.
People can't hear us right there tuned in, right like that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no, I
It's a good point.
I concur with you, Tim.
we'll, I'll get an update to the board. Okay.
Thanks, Tim. Any other governance topics? Now we'll move on to future agenda items. And per our process, we have a collection that Greg has been tracking that we need to discuss and agree what we'd like to put on the future agenda item and on what agenda.
I sent these out to the board in an earlier note, but I'll go through them right now nonetheless. Well, we'll discuss them all one by one, but there's I have my list somewhere, just give me one second. Right here. Okay, so first, just as an FYI, a while back, the board, you had mentioned that we talked about doing this, later in the summer, but the transit exclusion topic was one to discuss, and that'll be on the June regular. Our interpretation of that one was that it's very similar to maybe the C report. We're gonna bring it up for a discussion, just for the board to discuss. It's not for us to prepare a memo or a report. Is that
Yes.
an accurate remember?
Yeah.
So that's coming in June as an FYI. CTE programming is one that Jonathan Livingston had brought up a while ago. That's coming to the board at the next regular meeting as well. But we have 3 items I wanted to bring up that we haven't settled on whether the board has consensus to make them future agendas. And those 3 listed are enrollment projections. This was brought up by Fred back in March. Healthcare benefits consultant. I don't know the exact date of that. I'm sorry, Tim. But this is earlier this year, and I believe that item was yours. And also the request from mutual aid, supported by Students Feeding Students, to discuss their essentially the financial request to support that program. So those are the 3 items we have to find some way to schedule. One at a time, if you go through enrollment projections first. Yeah,
Fred?
I think it was Fred.
I guess, yeah, I probably brought it up, and I think I brought it up because we did get a report.
Yep.
We used to get a report, whether it was every 2 years or every year, I don't remember, about enrollment projections. But I think it's important because so much of our budgeting is based on it. And so I really think we need to have a solid factual base of what our enrollment is probably going to look like over the next 5 years, on a regular basis.
Maybe in support of that, in the past, the districts will get together and hire the same demographer and share some of that cost. And what's happening in 97 now, after hitting 6,000 kids around 2017, 2018, now they're having a decline in enrollment. I don't know, though, how that is expressed at the grade level, because it'd be quite interesting to know whether the pandemic is now, during that time, people are not having kids because there's so much uncertainty, and if that is now hitting 97 as the cause of that, and then what does that mean for us? We're probably due, given these major developments, for a refresh of that.
I mean, to Graham's point, though, it's my understanding that D97 and D90 do this on a regular cadence. And if there is a chance to share the expense of the demographer and be part of that effort, I would much rather do that than do this on our own.
Right. I can't remember when 97 last did theirs, but we should team up with them and say, hey.
I know 90 wasn't too long ago. I remember talking to the superintendent there a year or so back. So I think that was, I'll be happy to explore that. And actually, I'll just flat out, I concur. I think that's right for us to do. So when I reach out to, we have 2 new superintendents in both those districts. Let me reach out to them, see what I can figure out. Have Tony reach out to his business partners over there and bring back an estimated kind of schedule or timeline for the board. Okay. I'll be happy to do that. Okay. So I guess that's like, we didn't get it now, but that's consensus, yes.
That's everyone agree.
Yeah, the student, we asked for the student speed.
Oh, we're not done yet. Yeah, we have two more to do. Yeah, that was just fun. So we have, yes, the next one up is, well, it was the healthcare benefits consultant presentation. Tim, do you want to?
Yeah, that came from me. That comes from my frustration. I think in November, I would say, we received a presentation from Roxana and maybe others, sort of telling us what the update to the healthcare plan was going to be. And it was presented for informational purposes, not for a vote, because they had come in under the budget hole. And my takeaway from that conversation was that there are clearly policy questions that go into formulating our healthcare benefits plan. It's subject to bargaining. The plan is developed through a joint labor management committee, and that's something we have to respect. But to the extent that there are policy questions that go into our healthcare benefits, we should be engaged in that process, and we need to be part of that conversation at the beginning or in the middle, so that if we do have some policy guidance or at least thoughts that could go into those conversations, we get to express them. So that's where I was going with that. My suggestion to Roxanne and Tony a few months ago was that we have our benefits consultant present to us during the summer the same documents, the same presentation that they develop for that joint committee, so that we can see the projections, we can see the different options that they're proposing to our committee, and we can weigh in on these things.
I agree with Tim, because the other frustration was we got the report and we were told, you just got to accept it because open enrollment starts in 2 weeks. So there's like zero chance for the board to weigh in. We should be in this 6 months ahead of open enrollment.
So at whatever point they're starting to talk about the renewal, they're looking at the trends, yeah, we should.
Yeah,
be getting that same information.
Consensus.
Yeah, I mean, also, I would also add to that there were some items that were deemed legally questionable included in the proposal, if I recall. Is that fair, Josh? I remember a conversation we had.
I'm not the one who deems anything.
But there were things that seemed very sketchy that caught our attention.
I have my concerns.
And so it's again another reason to, why not take a look at this stuff and a little more closely.
Okay, so is this one, the other one, there's some work to do before you can calendar it. This one, you suggested summer, right? Is there an estimated timeline by which you guys would want to see this?
So it's going to depend on when our claims are mature, is when they're going to get that, right? Like you can't give a renewal 2 months into the year, right? So I think that's a question for our advisors to when we expect to be able to present, a decent understanding of how it's heading. Or if we have 1-1, I'm gonna say, yeah, it's gonna be August-ish. But on a similar note, did we want, because we were discussing earlier, like a risk committee, would we want something like that to be folded into like a risk management? I talked about risk for the insurance, for the liability insurance. Would we want a board representation of something to cover it? I just wanted to throw it out there.
Are you suggesting, it's what I understood is doubling down on what we already said. We want that committee to get going. I know Tony has drafted a chart for that already. He's looking for feedback and trying to continue all that down. Are you just doubling down on that, or are you saying in some way that is added to and is part of this the exact same way? That it's part of the same presentation?
No, not this presentation, something different, right, along these lines, because the idea of having more board insight into the benefits process, the renewal.
Similar value, similar thought process, different expressions. Got it. Okay. All right, I'll work on this timeline, okay?
Okay.
But I wrote down August and I'll see That'll be the preliminary date for that. Last one is students feeding students, mutual aid.
I think similar to C, we should have discussion and we should do it honestly for me. Everybody agree?
Yep.
Fred, you good?
Can you say that again, Audrey? I didn't quite hear what you said.
So there's students feeding students that we need to have a board discussion and we should put it on the agenda for the regular board meeting in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I definitely think that we need to have a board discussion about it. You know, and to see, you know, just talk about it, define relationship, define, you know, where we're at with it. I agree 100%.
Yeah. And I actually, I just want to, you said similar to C, I just want to be crystal clear, that's also similar to how we talked about the transit exclusion.
Right.
In the sense that this is out there simply.
Discussion, right, nothing. I mean,
Nothing prep reports. So.
Well, yeah, I know Lee's been working with the group, but no reports or anything, we just need to have a discussion.
Yeah, it might be wise for us to make sure the board has copies of their exact requests though. Right, so you have that documentation.
Yeah. And they'll get it to post.
If Lee was available.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll be here.
Okay,
There's
that would be helpful.
guaranteed.
Okay.
He's actually presenting on a separate item that night, so.
Okay. All right, now let's get to our future agenda items. Great. And so we are going to recess open session and to reconvene closed session. I move to recess open session. A second. Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so we are recessing open session at 10:54 p.m. And Joel, it's over to closed session.
Somebody, okay, thank you.
Maybe take care.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Right, we are reconvening open sessions at 11:19 p.m. And I, Audrey Williams Lee, move to adjourn the committee of the whole meeting also at 11:19 p.m. May I have a second?
Second.
Yeah. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Right, meeting adjourned. We are now going to call to order our special meeting. And Lisa, it's the same link, correct?
Yes.
Okay, our special meeting. I call to order the special board meeting at also 11:19 p.m. in the boardroom of Oak Park and River Forest High School. Please call the roll.
Okay, my mic died, so I have to scream. Mr. Brandhurst.
Here.
Mr. Gertz.
Here.
Dr. Livingston.
Here.
Dr. Odell.
Here.
Mr. Brisbane.
Here.
Mr. Arkin.
Here.
Ms. Williams Lee.
Here. And are there any public comments?
None.
Okay, so we will move to our action items. And I move to approve the following action items. Approval of the personnel recommendations, including summer school hires, assignment changes, and resignations. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion or questions? Please call the roll.
Mr. Gertz.
Yes.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Odell.
Yes.
Mr. Brandhurst.
Yes.
And Ms. Williams Lee.
Yes. Item 2, approval of the new superintendent employment agreement with Dr. Gregory Johnson, effective July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2030. Based on terms discussed in the board's closed session, pending amendments as discussed. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion or questions? Okay. Please call the roll.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Mr. Gertz.
Yes.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Dr. Odell.
Yes.
Mr. Brandhurst.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
And Ms. Williams Lee.
Yes. Item 3, approval of the revised.
Thanks, guys.
Approval of the revised 2026-2027 school year calendar as presented. May I have a second?
Second.
Discussion or questions? Please call the roll.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
Mr. Gertz.
Yes.
Dr. Odell.
Yes.
Mr. Brandhurst.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin.
No.
And Ms. Williams Lee.
Yes. Okay, and action item number 4, last and final, approval of the successor 2026 to 2031 agreement with Faculty Senate as presented. May I have a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or discussion? Right, please call the roll.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
Dr. Odell.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Mr. Gertz.
Yes.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Mr. Brandhurst.
Yes.
And Ms. Williams Lee.
Yes. And I, Audrey Williams Lee, move to adjourn the special meeting at 11:22 p.m. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.